So anybody that could or would or still is passionate, it's like $10 a share. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm going to get more. Every time I can get another, I'm going to get another or another or another. I'm doing it, and I'm not like super rich. I'm like just a normal human, but maybe some supply got back. It's really I really do. I have my retirement again. It was going to be a day, a time. It's going to be now. And now I'm like, I don't give a crap. You'll have to pry it on my dead hands.
Diamond hands,
pry
Lord.
it out of my
Diamond
dead
hands. Diamond hands, Lord.
Because I ain't letting any. And I will just love having that stock. I'll sit on it for fucking 100 years. I'll be dead. I'll send it to my kids if I have to. But you know what? I know I don't have to wait that long. However, it means that much to me. And I will always have some of it. Even if it's worth $100,000, $1 million, I will always have some because it's so important to me. Because it actually is such a big change. It's a game changer for me. My best friends, and of course, the love of my life and my family.
Hey, Laura.
This is like everything to me.
Love it. I love the passion
I will
and enthusiasm,
not sell
Laura.
it all, even if it's worth millions of dollars. I will always have some. They won't be able to grab it out of my hands. Just saying.
That's
Love
cool.
you all. And of course, have the TME and the Doge and have the other things
Laura.
too. But
Hello?
they're gonna have to grab it from me.
Hello. Laura, I hate to cut you off, but we gotta get to
I'm
get
done.
to I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Appreciate
No,
you.
thank you.
Trey, go ahead, man.
We might have walked away from the phone. I pulled them away from editing real quick, and I brought Ape Talk in. And I see we got a lot of hands. They just gonna say a couple of things and then dip. We got Christine, Vegas, and the rest of all the cool cat people that's in this space with us today. And so, Doc Bros, thank y'all for taking a moment.
What's up, man? How many hours in are you on this thing?
So
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
About 10. About 10.
I mean, it speaks to like what we love most about you, man. You're fucking in it for the people to learn and fucking grow and come together and try to make some change in this bloody horrible market.
Yeah, dude.
Which is awesome. So props to you, dude. Get some like smooches or like some laughy faces or something. Yeah, there you go. There's no smoochy face. I don't know why there's not, because I really want to give you a smoochy face right now, but whatever. So we're trying. So 100K. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know how it's not at. At least every one of Trey's followers. Come on, guys. Like, let's get some. What the fuck?
There's some bots. Yeah. There's some bots. Elon says.
No, it should be up higher. I mean, it's incredible what Dave and the We the Investors operations doing. We're stoked about it. That guy really knows what he's talking about, as you guys all know, and we're really excited to see where he can take and push some of these things, especially like the utility. Some people might be thinking about the utility. Like, what's the utility of doing a petition, like in the real sense? Like, why do it? What does it actually help with? And for our minds, it's if Dave, for instance, gets a face-to-face with somebody important, he can say, I've got 100,000 people behind me. And hey, congressman, like these are 100,000 people who vote, unless we start pushing these lawmakers to actually do things, who actually fund the SEC and agree on their mandate, they're not going to do shit unless they're afraid for their votes, So we think it's really important to do this, and we're excited. I mean, 70,000 is pretty amazing, but actions like this, they do a lot, even though it's not maybe immediately apparent what it's actually going to achieve. So I don't know. We're stoked about it. Jay Brown, are you stoked?
I'm pumped. I don't use the word stoked.
Oh yeah, you just used it. Yeah, you just used it.
Shut up.
Yeah, man. It's how many people are here right now?
Right now it's I want to say it's 368, but I mean it's dwindled down through the day, and it just keeps filling back up, man. And like I said, man, it's one of them things, bro, to where if this is a person that just opens their Twitter and just see the purple box and just clicks on, and they come in and they feel this emotion, they feel this passion that we got going on in here, it's infectious. I gotta tell everybody, love and connection are infectious. You cannot walk away from it. It's almost like somebody taking a nice, pretty, fluffy cake and put the damn say free to good home, eat it, So just want to put the nice cake out there and tell everybody come take a bite. It won't kill them. It's just gonna make them smile.
I really like cake. I really think too, like with everything that's gone on. I mean, I think we are confident that change is going to happen, mostly because this whole thing started with dollars, right? Like Occupy Wall Street, whatever. Everyone's mad about Wall Street. It's all this vague thing. But here we are in this crazy moment that started with people getting fucked over, and then hitting back with dollars. I mean, Melvin Capital is going down after bitterly hanging on for however long. Like, it's pretty incredible. So, like, unless votes and money aren't getting affected, nothing's going to happen. But votes and money are both getting affected. So, I don't know. It's going to take a lot longer than we probably all thought, but change is going to come if we stay positive, keep educating each other and ourselves, just like we're doing now, man. And I think it's great what you're doing.
I appreciate it, man. It's like I said, I'm not doing it by myself. I got my people with me. So,
hell yeah. All right,
man,
we're going to get back to it, but good talking. And
all right,
what's going on here? We're almost done, everybody. We're almost done. It's getting there. It's like the last bit. So like it's starting to get off the finishing, and
I'm still a little feeling some kind of way that but we'll talk about that later.
Excited, I think, is what you mean, or stoked. Sorry, you're feeling stoked. You just don't want to say it.
Wait, hold on, right quick. I got Trey in here. Trey, unmute real quick.
Yo, JJ, how you doing?
Hey, Trey, tell me what it feels like to be looking at. Tell me what it feels like to be looking in the mirror while my voice is talking.
What it feels like to be looking in the mirror while your voice is talking, or my voice is talking?
While my voice is talking, like in the clip when you looking in the mirror, washing your face, and my voice is talking over it, like a voiceover.
Oh man, I mean, you've got a much smoother, butter jazz voice than I do. I kind of sound like some fucking Midwest redneck, but life works itself out, It is.
I'm glad you could bring your face and your voice together.
Yeah.
That's cinema right there.
Yeah, me too.
Makes Trey sound like a passionate black man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Jay Brown, you got a beautiful voice. It's great. It's great for space calls. All right, you do good stuff. It's beautiful.
Why, thank you, man. Why, thank you. Go Saints. To hell with Minnesota. I'm staying on that. That life.
I regret absolutely nothing. When my sister's got grandkids, I'm going to go to them and I'm going to say, hey, listen, that one time I watched the Saints lose to the Minneapolis Americans. I don't even give a fuck about football. I'm talking about it for 2 hours.
All right, y'all. Nice to talk to y'all. We're going to get back to work, but have a good one and stay strong.
All right, man. Always.
Jay Brown, I'm going to hop off the space call, but I wanted to leave some parting words for everybody. First off, we hit 70,000 signatures for We the Investors. It's officially over 70,000. So that's pretty dang cool. And secondly, look how many people have come throughout the day. This is a big deal, man. We've scrolled through dang near over 10 hours now. Over 10 hours we've been doing this space call, and many names have come up here, and we've listened to lots of stories, lots of different opinions, and we're all fighting for this. So if you want a place to come hang out and talk about everything after the space call ends, I'll probably still be here. So that's what I got to say. I appreciate you guys. And Jay Brown, you're a hell of a man. Pete, you're a hell of a dude. And all the people who took the time to speak today, fucking rock. And all the people who just listened, you fucking rock. So I appreciate you guys. It was a pleasure.
All right, man.
Real quick, Trey, just to kind of bring it back, wait, about 10 hours ago when I was doing some yard work and listening to you guys about derivatives. And to me, that's kind of like a huge issue in my head. And I'm just saying for myself, I don't understand a lot of it. So I appreciate getting more eyes on the derivatives and what that entails. To me, it reminds me of 2008 scenario. That I've gone through and researched like reverse repo. When was that set up? It was set up in 2013 as a response to the 2008 problem. So that's kind of where my headspace is, and that's where I was wanting to come up and just get that in your head and appreciate any extra you can give on the derivatives and the credit derivative swaps that are going on. It's all laid out in that Archegos information kit that was laid out to us in July 28th of 2021. So this year at this time, we didn't even know about it, what the crap they did. And tying it all back together, when you first started, you mentioned Wells Fargo. And I'm hoping you've seen what happened with Wells Fargo in the last 10 days. Warren Buffett pulled all the stock out. Senator Warren threw her stuff out. There's a lawsuit now with the employee 401k. And I'm just hoping that it just feels good to know that, you got your butt burned at the beginning, but you haven't lost the war. And that's it. I just wanted to throw that out to you real quick.
Hey, man, that's the beauty of a journey, right? Sometimes you break a leg, and you just got to wait for it to heal and keep walking. That's the way life goes.
1,000%. And that's kind of what we've been finding out is the more and more we get going, some of these smaller cases, whatever it might be, all of a sudden you get an outlier that's leading to something else. And that's kind of what I'm believing what's going to be happening or already is happening with Bill Huang and his group. And then you got Tiger Cubs and who knows who else is on the line. And there's been a couple other fines. And I think that those are all smaller cases leading to the bigger fish. And sometimes when you go fishing, you grab some bait to catch the bigger fish. And that's what I'm thinking is what's happening.
Well, Trey, man, we appreciate you, bro, for being here. TMI is enjoying his birthday. He came through. I spoke to Keenan Grace earlier. He's gonna try to make it through. He's doing some family stuff. All of the new speakers, I can't tell you. It's not that I put any voice over the other ones because we've been in this thing for a while with each other, but tying all this stuff in, it takes big people to realize that they need each other. And that is the direction that I think the next growth spurt comes from. And this is the first time that we've done this. You guys have made this thing successful. I mean, we started off below 70,000 and we hit it. We did it yet again. We set a goal of 100K. Trey's still streaming until it's over. I want to bring up maybe 10 more people, 11 more people, and They're gonna shut it down, man. Because like I said, bro, I'm I'm almost um I almost had a little doubt in my mind about it, but I stayed positive. Um, Shout out to Miss Brown for making sure I had a fresh batch of Mountain Dew, making sure she um, didn't feel as though I pushed her to the side for what I was doing, but she believes in what I'm doing. Um, she understands that I've changed and things matter. People matter. She's always known that about me. So for everybody that has a significant other, somebody they care about, Trey's mom is visiting with him, and she's right there with him, laughing.
Lives with me now, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
I moved her out from Montana, and she's gonna live with the with the son. So here we are. That's good.
yeah, date night gonna be fun. Hey, I live with my mom.
5-star meals, man. I'm telling you.
That's so you can watch the DMs closer, man. But tell mom, she also raised a good son. And the measure of a man is when a man can say, I did something with my life, with the way I was raised, and also the ability to say when they're wrong and the ability to say when they're right. And I'm sorry. And, move forward because we all make mistakes, man. You just completed your service. And I've gone through, separating and having to get back into society as well as a lot of people, and people think it's an easy transition. It's not, because you go from people doing stuff for you and having certain abilities to do certain things to having to almost fend for yourself. So always remember the veterans that served this country and end up having to come home with a skill set that doesn't match society. So we got a lot of work to do, man, and I think this is a part of it. I think what we're doing is a part of it, and I think we all here for it, bro. So I appreciate you being here, and Pete, you got the list, and Trey, shout out to you, man, because when you did that 24-hour stream, I'm sitting here right now, back hurting. I done got up, and walked around, I smoked damn near a half pack of cigarettes. I am exhausted, but I'm still here. I'm still hanging because I gave you crazy. So I think I'm gonna stick back to my 1.5, 2 hour educational spaces, but it's been a lot to me, man. You guys took something out of my mind and out of my heart and made it a reality. And I can't express, how I feel about it. Like I'll be a society. We had a couple of misunderstandings leading up to it. And, I just sat back and said, you know what? Let's address it. Let's talk about it. And the misunderstandings were cleared up. The things were talked about, and we did it like a family, and look at the turnout, look at the result. We still here, we still happy, we still excited. Questions are getting answered, some are not getting all the way answered, but it leaves fruit hanging on the tree for the next call and the next host. People got in and talk about, the spaces they hold, what they do in their spaces, aid for change, and all these wonderful things, man. It's just been a brilliant day, bro. So let's keep it going. I say about uh Pete, about 5, 10 more calls. Pete's left in late. So yeah, we'll talk about that later. I'm gonna have to take his PS5 controller for about a week. But let's go, Pete.
Yeah, I'll drop down real quick. But just remember where we were March 21st, 2021, and where we're at now, and the things we've learned. And that's just 1 year. And with that, I'll just kind of drop the mic. Thank everyone. Appreciate you guys putting on the space. Trey, awesome. You don't know me. I enjoy Fort Sill. I had spent some time out there with my daughter when she graduated last summer. And other than that, keep going.
I was here.
Oh, just realized I was muted. Oops. Okay. Whoops. So I was I guess nobody could hear anything I said. So good. I said just 1 year for a play that wasn't supposed to take more than a couple months, says the guy with the casino chips as his profile picture. Just kidding. Just kidding. But you wouldn't there's no line, no waiting at aisle 21, or also known as Telegram voice chat. So also known as a fake Twitter space. Yeah, I had my mic muted. Not on the little mute button that has a red light that tells me when it's muted. That was not muted. So, I thought everything was good, but on the computer it was muted. So, but you could hear the guys going around in circles, I think. Hopefully you could hear the Twitter space. So I'm pretty sure that was coming through. But anyway, I said I can't do it anymore. They're just talking in circles. I gave them like 3 minutes for somebody else to come on and talk. Not one of the influencers, not Trey or whoever was hosting the call. And it was just, the same stuff. So blah blah blah. But anyway, so then I said, well, I guess we'll just looky here on YouTube and see what the heck's going on. And already and then we'll talk about this narrative economics, or economic narratives, and how they influence people and change lives. This is what happens when you work to change things. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Lottery stocks.
Yo, what is going on, guys? Lottery stocks here. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the channel. This is going to be the Saturday video because
Okay. Oh, really? 480 is the best. My eyes are not failing me here. That's as good as he's got. Okay.
I think we have to have a talk about something. There's spread going around where people are getting a little bit toxic as to the whole AMC thing. Okay?
Oh, you don't
there's
say.
talk about recession. I know you hear it a lot. So let's just start this video off. Okay, a recession. In economics, a recession is a business cycle contraction when there is a general decline in economic activity. Okay, recessions generally occur when there is a widespread drop in spending and adverse demand shock. This may be triggered by various events such as financial crisis, an external trade shock, or an
Lottery
adverse supply
stocks
shock,
is your
bursting
friend?
of an economic bubble or large scale, whatever, natural disaster, pandemic. You guys get it. Okay, a natural decline in spending caused by these things. Okay, in the United States, it is defined as a significant decline in economic activity spread across the market lasting more than a few months, normally visible in real GDP, real income, employment, industrial production, and wholesale retail sales. You guys get the point, right? With all that being said, you know what the S&P 500 has been doing. You know what it's been looking like, and it's realistic, right? We are in a recession. Okay, why are we in a recession? Well, let's take a look at what it said. Maybe triggered by various events, right? A decrease in spending. Okay, people aren't spending. There's not money being stuffed in the market. It's clear as day there's not money being stuffed in the market. It's selling off. Okay, people aren't spending because the prices of everything are high. The prices of everything are absurd. Inflation keeps going up. There's rate hikes back to back to back to back. The Fed is trying to, have this as a slight fall and not a free fall, but it's not going to happen. Okay. In my opinion, we are in a recession. Okay, financial crisis. If you guys have not heard of this, right? Sri Lanka is in a crisis. Okay, they're about to default. They're having food shortages. Okay, they have to print money again. Okay, what else do you have? Pandemic. Okay, what's happening now? Forget about COVID. Okay, that's in the back of your head, but it's still there, right? COVID's still a thing. Monkeypox, a brand new. I mean, you guys really can't make this shit up, right? World Health Organization confirms 80 cases of monkeypox with outbreaks in 11 countries. Okay, I've heard New York, Massachusetts.
So far, I really don't have any
Correct me
criticisms.
if I'm wrong there. Okay, so you have that. Another pandemic that's going to come. This is what I wanted to talk about. China stocks face big risk as thousands of hedge funds near point where they have to dump shares. Guys, give yourself a round of applause and keep a smile over the weekend because I'll tell you who's doing good. Okay, it's not retail, right? It's not hedge funds. It's not whales. It's not people with pensions, right? It's people that are in stocks like AMC.
Oh boy.
Anyone telling you this is a bad idea
Oh boy.
on the news, or anyone telling you this is a bad idea on social media,
We just took
right? By the way,
a
this isn't
major
financial advice.
U-turn here.
This is, in my opinion, the hedge. Okay, if you
Yikes.
forget about the cycles for a second, if you forget about being worried about should I pump more money into this thing, which I'm not telling you to do so, by the way. Keep in the back of your head.
That's good.
This is a hedge. Okay, the more hedge funds that have these issues,
well,
the closer they have to cover on this. And if you think one institution is liable for this entire 10-month downtrend AMC has been in, you're wrong. Okay, it's not just Citadel. It's not just. I mean, I can't confirm if Melvin was short on this. I know they were short GameStop. Not just Melvin, right? You guys have to understand. This is the hedge for the recession, in my opinion. And the only reason I say that is because you're going to...
I just saw this article yesterday. Now, it is from the street, so, take it with a grain of salt. But GME and AMC no longer working as a market hedge. At one point, GameStop and AMC stocks seemed to serve as a counterpoint to the broad market, but neither has helped to avoid the pain of a correction in 2020. Here's why. Talks about negative beta. In August 2021, we wrote about GameStop and AMC being high negative beta stocks. All that means is historically, both names often moved in the opposite direction of beta, i.e. up, if the broad market was down and vice versa. The logic is that both stocks did not tend to behave consistently with economic or company-specific fundamentals. Ape resolve was the main fuel instead. In fact, in the case of panic, investors could shift to GME and AMC in search of alpha elsewhere in the market. It is very hard to find stocks with negative beta. Gold miners can be an exception, although not always. Outside equities, treasuries tend to be inversely correlated with S&P 500. In the S&P 500, it simply counts the number of days within the previous 10 in which both GME and SPY moved in the same direction. That is either up and down together. So it's saying that the higher the number on the graph, the more correlated they are. So, right, here's AMC. AMC has not been any different. If anything, the stock has been even more attached to the S&P, especially during the rough moments of bearishness in 2022. There are a couple reasons why this has happened. The first is that an environment of lower liquidity in the system may have dinged the meme movement. If so, fewer shareholders may have been willing to be diamond hands in the past few months. Second possibility is that GME and AMC may have served as hedges when the storms were less severe. Right, once the S&P 500 took a more noticeable nosedive, nearly all stocks behaved similarly. So I just happened to see this yesterday, so it was in my mind. But yeah, that's not really accurate anymore.
You hear a lot of things. This is the hedge for this. This is the hedge for that. Sure, long term, bear market, right? Bear market is where investors get rich. It's where millionaires, billionaires, people who want to be financially free are made. Okay, anyone holding on to a large stack of capital.
Yeah, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, Antoinette. We're not. This is not personal. This is not personal. Just looking at what he's saying here. Here's Tony checking in on my favorite apes. Might be in the wrong place then, my friend. Chinese hedge funds being forced into liquidation due to declining Chinese stocks has zero to do with AMC. That sounds reasonable. Also, Shanghai's about to reopen. Shanghai is reopening right now, so anyway. What about the Chinese military collateral? What do we think about that?
That are going to put it into the market when we get down to here, right? You're probably gonna be rich in the next 2-3 years, right? When the market decides to rally and do this, right? They're probably
Tale
gonna be
of
rich.
two comments.
But for this time
Tale
being,
of two comments.
for this time being, when all these little small to medium cap plays like BBIG, AMC, MMAT, TCAT.
Number 2.
And keep in mind, guys, there's a lot that we have to focus on, that we have to catch. And the reason for that is because you take a look at stocks like BRQS, for example, MULN, right? NCMI, all these stocks, there's shit happening behind the scenes where hedge funds are trying to get these to go bankrupt using manipulation tactics. And once they do so, they can cash out and use that money either to put up as collateral or just...
we talked about this. We talked about this the last couple live streams about hedge funds bankrupting companies. It's not really the goal. It's not the nature of short selling. Anything can be abused. Anything can be used for the nefarious purposes, like YouTube, like a platform like YouTube can be misused, or Twitter, or what have you. But in general, especially when it comes to the quote-unquote meme stocks, the brick-and-mortar companies that saw their stocks go down during the pandemic because they literally weren't open. The goal is not to bankrupt the companies. The goal is not to bankrupt the companies. If hedge funds wanted to bankrupt every company, what the hell would they trade then? Makes no sense. Now, some companies do, I don't want to say deserve, but some companies will go bankrupt. That's the nature of capitalism. Not every company is going to survive. And that's okay. That is okay. Because the market has decided. Consumers have decided. It has been decided. Yada, yada, yada. But I push back against this narrative of hedge funds wanting to bankrupt companies by shorting them.
Just to short other stocks more so they don't have to get out of positions, aka AMC, right? So this video, we're not going over technicals, we're not going over cycles. I wanted to give you guys a little chit chat as to what is going on. We're not going over
cycles because we watched Rico last night superimposed the pattern from now on to last summer, and it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Huh. Well, how could that possibly be? But anyway, see, this is why I like Tony. This is why I like Tony. AMC's not a hedge. Certainly not. This guy's smoking crack. Hey, I didn't say it. Tony said it. Tony said it, not me. I didn't say it. I would never say such a thing.
And kind of just some closure, because there's a few people, a few YouTubers, few people on social media saying, they believe in the AMC movement, but guys, you shouldn't have put all your eggs in one basket. Guys, listen, forget about that. Don't listen to people. You know your trading plan. You know you're on the right side of history, and it is what it is. Okay?
So don't listen to people. Listen to me. Boy, that is some weak.
It is
thinking.
what it
I'm
is.
Sorry.
Most of the people who already stuffed money into this, needing money or not, they probably have forgot about it by now, right? They're forgetting about their positions until moon or bust. And what's going to happen is you're nearing the end of this trend line, this period, right? Very, very soon, as the market continues to tank and do this, right? This is going to come down to a certain level, whether it's...
Hey, Tony, I have a question for you. What do you think? Did you see Jeff Forbes' video? Did you see Jeff Forbes' video the other day? I forget the title. where he said that the run-up in AMC in June of 2021 was caused by institutional buying. Did you catch that? And if you did, what are your thoughts on that? Because he basically, I mean, you can watch the whole video, but he basically, again, self-debunked the MOAS. Yeah, I don't normally watch him either. But he's capitulated. In fact, if you're going to be here for a couple minutes, we can look at it because it's very interesting. I think you'll find it interesting because I had to, you know, I like, yeah, right here, this one.
What's going on, everybody? It's Jeff here. Welcome back to the channel. All right, guys, AMC Q1 final numbers are in for institutions. We're going to take a quick look at it just to see exactly where it stands. Are they holding? Are they folding? What has led to the decline of the price? Is it just the market pulling back? Is it shorts capitalizing? And I also want to talk about margin because
skip ahead just a little bit here
as well. So we're going to cover everything. So let's get right into it. First off, as you can see here, guys, funds still holding 191 million shares long. And I know some of you guys say, listen, it doesn't matter. We don't want big money on our side. Just remember the massive run up in June was caused because of these big funds piling in on.
There it is. And notice his pause right before, the massive run up in June, pause.
I know some of you guys say, listen, it doesn't matter.
Now,
we don't want.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this runs counter to the ape narrative. This runs counter to the narrative of a gamma squeeze, of a short squeeze, of anything.
Want big money on our side. Just remember the massive run up in June was caused because of these big funds piling in on these plays. I personally have added 100 shares, 200 shares. I've showed everybody.
Thoughts? I have never heard any AMC YouTuber say this. And he says, remember guys, this happened because of this. What am I missing here?
I know some of you guys say, listen, it doesn't matter. We don't want big money on our side. Just remember the massive run up in June was caused because of these big funds piling in on these plays.
Funds piling in on these plays. So I'm not sure if anybody commented on that. Wait, I'm addicted to AMC 24/7. Not seeing anybody. No. Nobody seemed to catch that. So, yeah. Let's see here. Hi, Chris. Welcome. AMC quarterlies are getting better each quarter. The question is, will they reach 2018 levels? Maybe once that popcorn starts coming out, right? But yeah, that's the Jeff Forbes moment. we'll call it a moment. Very interesting moment to me. Atypical, and I never felt that he was really an AMC YouTuber. He sort of capitulated to being an AMC YouTuber, but it seems like he is kind of capitulating away from that now. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Not saying that I disagree with what he said, but just, you know, haven't heard anybody on YouTube say that. We don't tell people what to do either. We don't talk about what we're doing as well. We're just looking at what other people are saying and evaluating those claims through a lens of evidence-based thinking and you know, investing psychology. Adam Aron better start selling that popcorn. I was at the grocery store today looking at the popcorn aisle, and yeah, I don't know if AMC will be there. Don't forget, sell high, buy low. That's legitimate too. Sell high, buy low. Not financial advice. Financial advice. Fake financial advice. And, you know, that people had to get these ideas from somewhere. You know, a lot of them got it from over here. Yeah, no, that's not true. The best illustration of this is Trey Collins. It's Trey. That in a second here, but yeah, what's new, and this kind of speaks directly to what we have said. What is going on here? About what we're going to talk about. This idea of narratives. So the narrative last year was retail investors have changed Wall Street. And what does that do? How do the people who supposedly changed Wall Street, how do they react to being told that they've changed Wall Street? Their egos inflate even more. They believe it. They double down on their positions. And they become even more toxic. So let's see Trey. We could make our own meme there. It would be more accurate. Trey's Trades, The Secret Life of a Double Agent. AMC friend or foe? Whose side is he on? Shill. Short Squeeze channel. See, Angelo just dropped a video. Margin calls. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll do that because you can set your watch. You can set your watch to margin calls being a catalyst. There is no question about that. All right, let's do this. Back in time. Gonna go back in time. Young Trey. Let's. Wow, I don't even remember these thumbnails. Look at all these different stocks he talked about 1 year ago. DraftKings, Laser, Veru, JG, Fubo, MVIS, Sundial. Sundial is officially debt-free. Extremely bullish. Interesting. Interesting. Come to your own conclusions. Well, now, Tony, I saw your segment with the Macellorian, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. We don't have time for people who don't believe in the squeeze, but you're here in this channel on this live stream. So I'm not sure how that squares. Story of the epic GameStop short squeeze. Why AMC will squeeze by Friday. Good thumbnail in this period of time. No, that's what we try to do. But which to me is not that, it's not that amazing of a thing. I'm not really doing anything here. I'm just looking at what's being said and trying to evaluate it with common sense. And is there evidence? Is there actually empirical evidence? Because too often there isn't. And that's what everybody seems to be hoping for, or on, based on. Sorry. Okay, here's some good ones. This one's good right here. Okay, let me grab that one. Get him backwards. It's okay. Apply image editing here, and then you'll see what I mean. But thanks, Tony. I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad that you recognize that. What we're trying to do here. No agenda other than trying to get to something that we can reasonably believe is true. Here's on the left, that's Trey before AMC. 1 year ago. Well, a little more than 1 year ago. It says streamed 1 year ago, but this is like, I believe this is, let's just find out. I'm going to say April, May. Okay, so it's right around 1 year ago. There's Trey 1 year ago. Here's Trey now. I realize the image quality is poor. This is an ad hoc, throw together here. But when it comes to this right here, yeah, you got this right here. That right there belongs on this right here. Anyway. See what Trey was saying May 14th.
What's up, you beautiful apes? It is your boy Trey from Trey's Trades, coming back again for a quick little video, and I'm going to keep this sweet, simple, and to the point. As you can see down below by my freaking disclaimer, I am not a financial advisor. Obviously, this is not financial advice, but that's not even necessary for what I'm about to say here really quick. I want to talk about what the AMC...
Aged 10 years in 1 year. And I understand he has health problems. I understand, but I don't think that's what's going on here. Let's see here. Thank you, Chris, for getting the word out. Squeeze does not mean MOAS. 11 to 20 is considered a squeeze. Most people are in at 30 plus average. No squeeze is going to help them. Hoping AMC goes to 100. The wealth will be the amount of shares you own, not the price. I mean, that, yeah, I would say let's you know, just a suggestion. All the 72 number. Let's see if we can get there yet, get back to that. Because, you know, that hasn't happened. AMC has had algo ignition and not short squeezes. There is a difference. That's why DD is important. Algo ignition. How do you know the algos? How do you know the algo? Because the chart looks the same? That's not an algo. I don't know. You know, Rico and the Common Sense Investor, they talk about algos. But really what they're doing is they're just looking at a chart and comparing it to itself. That's not an algo. There is no algo that controls the price of a stock. There is no algorithm that controls the overall stock price of any stock. The stock price is determined by the matching of buyers and sellers. Well, let's see it then. You know, send us some links. Let's take a look at it, or tell us how to get to it. Tell us how to get to the evidence that you're looking at there. You know, and we'll take a look at it. But well, then we need to see it, Future Whale. Let's see it. Let's see the evidence. Let's see it. Manny's not buying it, but that's because he's drinking that foreign water right now. He's been drinking that foreign water. Check into Aladdin. I like Aladdin. The movie. We also have a chain of restaurants here called Aladdin's. It's good Middle Eastern food. Time will tell. I think time has already told, you know, to be honest, but anyway. We're still waiting. We're waiting on those links. We'll look at it. BlackRock's algo. Okay, now, Tony, I didn't say that individual market participants don't buy and sell with algorithms. But the claim is that there is an algorithm that controls the price overall. And, you know, there just isn't. I mean, you know how order books work. Talking about the MACD. We can talk about that. Make an institutional account on Interactive Brokers and sign up to be put on the algo that will trade for you. Then in disclosure, you will read it all. Okay. I'm not I'm not an institutional, so, you know, this is not this is still not an overall market. Interactive Brokers isn't the market. It's one broker. But I mean, there should be. You can send us a link to it. Let's see. You can tweet it at. You can send it to my Twitter at Scotty Finance. Okay, Tony's been saying for a long time that every HST firm and HF have their own algos, but Aladdin is the biggest, and about 70% of trading is run by computer in the markets today. But again, there is not one algorithm that controls it. Yes, individual market participants, institutions, yes, they buy and sell with algorithms, but what are those algorithms doing? They are trying to take a large amount of shares and spread them out, so that as an example, to spread them out, the executions out over a period of time, so that if you're going to buy this number of shares all at once, it's going to push the price up, and you're going to pay more. So you want to spread that out, for example, or same thing with selling or what have you. But and if you look at interviews, we looked at an interview with Peter Tushman, the Einstein of Wall Street, and he was talking. And he showed on his tablet some of the algorithms that he could employ to execute orders, and then do things like VWAP and different. So that's true. That's one thing. But not focused on an algo, but if 100 stocks trading the same are not evidence, then what is? Well, okay, that's another common misconception. You look at the market, yeah, everything. I mean, this is something that they like to talk about on AMC stock subreddit. You see this a lot. They show a Webull watch list that shows the little line charts, and they all look the same. And the crime, obviously it's crime. The secret ingredient is crime. Well, no. That's a consequence of the ETFization of the market. And you could go on here. We could go on here and look at the use the SPY as a proxy for the entire market. Throw on anything you want as a comparison, and you'll see that they all go the same way. But that's not, talking, generalized, in a generalized sense. Okay, not exactly the same, but let's pick some stuff from just different sectors. How about Occidental? Okay, oil, maybe a little different, but you can go down that rabbit hole. But that's that's something that's just kind of a thing. It's kind of how it is. Let's see. Tony's not a fan. On a boat. Let's see. Yellow tomorrow. And I will DM you, Scott. All right. Manny says algo's not a big deal. They were made by humans to automate trading. And Model 3 dude is in the house. At one point last year, and many times this year, AMC and GME were trading exactly the same, and that was not a trend. So yeah, but I mean, it was definitely hyped as something that was a problem. It's atypical, you know. But I don't know about future whale. You know, I don't want to make any assumptions about somebody that's here. But you know, I've seen plenty of evidence on this subreddit, on Twitter, on other YouTube channels that you know, that is a very common belief among new market participants. They don't understand. I mean, I guess if you believed the nonsense from the mainstream media last year that the apes have changed Wall Street and retail now is in control and yada yada yada, then you would say, well, if retail is in control, why would all retail do the same thing? But you have to back up and say retail was not in control. They never were. It's not how it works. They never were. They never will be. If you really want answers, you can find a way to get an institutional account like I did to find out what is happening. All the answers are there. That sounds like, you know, did Froggy Styles come up with this? Like, who got this idea? Where did this come from? This sounds like some Froggy Styles mediocre trader stuff. My meaning is that algos had nothing to do with it. So, I mean, I'm not disputing the fact that there are algorithms. I'm not disputing the fact that institutions use algorithms. But I would be very, very surprised if whatever Interactive Brokers institutional accounts, disclaimers or whatever, say that there is an institution that controls the price. Or, I'm sorry, an algorithm that controls the price. You know, I mean, this is one of the things that I think. Again, I don't know what people know and what people don't know. As far as, you know, retail investors, but the stock market is an auction, and this is something I think people lose sight of. It's an auction, and if you've ever been to an auction, you know how an auction works. There's somebody standing at the front, calling out bids, trying to get the item sold for the highest price, right? And you have bidders in the audience who are bidding up to as much as they are willing to pay for that item. That's a single auction. The auction is taking place for the buyers, right? The seller is fixed. Stock market's a double auction. So not only do you have buyers that are trying to get the best price, you have sellers that are also trying to get the highest price for their orders. So this is all happening at the same time through the limit order book. And it's really fascinating and it's interesting. But there's no way it could be controlled by an algorithm, and unless you'd have to go down a really, really deep conspiratorial rabbit hole there and say, well, you know, the market is essentially a black box that's sitting in a server farm in New Jersey, which is true. That's where the servers are. And it's probably fake. They probably just make it appear, you know, whatever. But that's what the apes believe. It seems like that's what they believe. Again, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. But, you know. Let's see. I'm glad that Manuel's still entertained. He's on vacation and he's still here, so that's saying a lot. But you know that's yeah. But you know, you look at videos by Rico and the Common Sense Investor, and they're literally calling these out. See here, algos. It's happening again. Algos. A similar pattern is not an algo. Not even close. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. In this video, I've got another very important AMC update to bring all of you this afternoon. So what we're going to be covering in this update is a little bit of the price action that we were seeing on Friday. It was a really crazy day. The market kind of switched into that crash bear market territory, then flipped right back to the upside. Crazy day. We also have to talk about...
Oh, yeah, crazy day. What would cause that? Oh, I don't know. If you don't believe in short covering, then I guess you'd be confused.
Are seeing on the ortex short interest utilization numbers for both AMC and GME, because at the current time, we're seeing some absolutely wild numbers. Now, in addition to this, we also have about 2,300 funds getting margin called at the current time. We've been talking about kind of that margin debt chart, the price action that we're seeing in a wide variety of different markets, and how this could potentially lead to widespread margin calls.
No. 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 You send it to me. You're the one making the claims. All right, that's all.
And
Interactive Brokers apparently does not show, it's not going to say that it controls the price. All right? Yeah, all right. That's what people are saying. Apparently Interactive Brokers has, you know, for institutional accounts, has an algo program that you can sign up for. But again, we never disputed the fact that institutions use algorithms to execute trades. But they're, you know, I'm not disputing that. I don't need proof of that. I know that's true. The claim is that AMC is controlled by an algorithm. Probably run by Ken Griffin and Citadel. Is there proof of that? Is there proof of that? No. I'm not going to go to institutional trading and read the disclosures for something that we already are not disputing. We're not disputing that institutions use algos. So, anyway, see you later, Future Whale. We all know that when there were traders on the floor, that the system worked better, and stocks really did react to buying and selling pressure. Right. Are you saying, is this facetious, Model 3 dude? Because, you know, there are arguments for that, and people do believe that. So I don't know. I'm not sure which, you know, it's hard to read tone in a text message. So, is that is that an actual statement, or is that a facetious statement made in jest? And then we'll go on from that. So, yeah. Some wild things going on.
Finally
what is up with all of these guys running in 480 now? I mean, no, my connection is bad.
This start to kind of trickle down. So I want to analyze that for you as well. We also have Citadel's Ken Griffin making some absolutely wild statements that I want to go over as well.
Well, we're getting a boatload of content here today. A boatload of content. Okay, so Model 3 dude does believe that, and I think that there's probably a pretty good argument for that to be made. And I've, done a fair amount of research on that idea. Now, I read a piece on in Institutional Traders magazine, which is it's a good one, and it was written by this lady who is the president of the Electronic Markets Association or something like this, and it's a lobbying group for whoever. I don't know who actually she represents, to be honest. I actually don't know. But it was a whole, puff piece talking about how electronic market making has, basically it's the best thing since sliced bread, how it's improved the markets, improved market quality, it's improved liquidity, blah, 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 blah. And it was, maybe we could look at that if I can find the article again. But it seems like, yeah, of course, you are going to say that if you represent either, the firms that use this technology or the providers who develop and implement this technology. So that's, pretty biased. I would like to see actual, and there probably are studies, academic research on that. Something I need to, go a little further with, but I saw that article and, kind of got me thinking about it. Skynet, if you're a fan of Lou versus Wall Street, Skynet took over Wall Street. Retail doesn't have a chance. And when you think about things like latency arbitrage, latency arb, yeah, I don't think it doesn't seem like they do have a chance. And I'm not a fan of all that stuff. I'm not a fan of co-location and all that. Everything that Michael Lewis talks about in Flash Boys with high frequency trading. And yes, it's great that the IEX has their latency boxes that add latency, that level, the playing field. But who uses IEX? How many people use IEX? Why would anybody use IEX when we have such a fragmented market structure that the people who do latency arb aren't using that anyway? So, it's sure, it's great. It's a marketing gimmick, essentially, I would say, at this point, unless it were adopted across the whole market. Great, one exchange uses it. Most of the damn shit doesn't even go to the exchange. And, is that really a bad thing? The apes think so. The apes absolutely think so. But that wouldn't exist if it weren't for, this high frequency trading either. So it's an interesting discussion that we'll come back to.
And 0 shares left to borrow. So before we get into all of that information, if you enjoyed the to really take control of this trading strategy that we are giving, check that out if you are interested. So, way to go, but this battle is not on Friday. Again, we were seeing that overall craziness on the way down in the overall market, and AMC just kind of went with it. We did see a little bit of a relief bounce going into the end of the day, but again, still over $12 a share. We have a long way to go, but this battle is...
That's short covering my shilly counterpart. Look at all these freaking bot comments. Wow. Good Lord.
Is not over yet. Now, when we look at the ortex data over here,
Ortex,
again,
look at that.
22.07%.
He's really got it cut off today. You can't even see utilization. Holy shnikes. And He's got borrowed change cut off too. Can't really see what that is.
Estimated short interest on AMC. 113 million estimated shares to be sold short on at the current time. 2.89% average cost to borrow with 4.33% max. Now, we also have.
Well, we can't see that either. Does he not actually watch his videos before he posts them? I don't understand. I don't get this. He's done this every time, literally every time. He must not know how to use OBS. Open broadcasting software, whatever, suite that everybody uses to record their videos and do their streaming. It's amateur, dude.
59.86 million shares on loan. That is the all-time high.
That's a boatload.
We are seeing an aggressively high amount of shares going out on loan, shorting coming into the stock. Absolute craziness. Now, when we come over to GameStop over here too, we have some crazy numbers to cover as well. 25.
Oh, do we? Okay. With the shares on loan. So I did do some research into this, and according to is it regulation T? I can't remember if it's Reg T or regulation K. One of those regulations. I think it's regulation T. Shares can be borrowed. Okay, let me back up. According to regulation T, there exists what's called a purpose test for securities lending and borrowing. So there's really only one or two reasons why shares can be borrowed. And the main one is to sell short. Now, if you look at the regulation, it says that shares can be borrowed one settlement cycle before being shorted, being sold short, as long as there is a reasonable belief that whoever, the participant that borrows them will, in fact, use them for that purpose. So who knows if that's, how could you enforce that, I guess. But you could certainly enforce the settlement cycle thing. Now, when that regulation was instituted, which I want to say it was 1998, but don't quote me on that. The settlement cycle was T+3. Now it's T+2. Every source I found looking at the Code of Federal Regulations and any other source that has all the regulations, now looking at the most up, pay them back when some become available, and the answer is no. So in order to short a stock, especially for retail investors, I don't want to speak about institutional investors, but the rules are the same. But I'm a retail investor. We're all retail investors, so that's what we know, and I can explain it in this context. But nothing is different for institutions. It's the same regulations. But when we short a stock, if you short a stock on Fidelity or TD Ameritrade or Webull, any platform that allows you to sell short, you're not going to borrow the shares. What you're going to do is you're going to create an order to sell short. So basically, it's just like buying, except instead of buying, you're going to be selling. So it's a sell to open order. You're going to sell, and you don't worry about borrowing the shares. That's something that your broker does. So let's say I want to short 100 shares of AMC. I queue up an order for 100 shares, sell. Sometimes it says sell short. Sometimes if you don't have the shares in your account, it knows that if you're trying to sell something you don't have, it knows that that's short selling, and it will trigger the proper actions by the broker. Submit that order, and you will receive a credit to your account. Now, once that order has been received by the broker and executed, borrowing happens in that time between when you submit the order and the end of the T+2 settlement period. So the broker does that. It's not like you have to borrow them first and then sell them. Now, some platforms allow you to pre-borrow, quote unquote pre-borrow. Interactive Brokers allows you to do that. That's the one settlement cycle thing. But they already have, those are shares that they have available, that brokerage has available to borrow. They may not have some available, then you can't pre-borrow it. And if none are available at all, right, if there legitimately are no shares available to borrow anywhere for your broker, you will not be allowed to execute that order. So again, the answer is no. The shares have to be available to borrow before a short sell order is executed, or when it's executed. But that's a good question. That's a good question. Because a lot of retail investors don't short stocks. And, there's a lot of misinformation going around about this stuff as well. Now, I'm logging into my Fidelity account right now, and here on the side to see if I can look at what their share lending availability is for AMC and GameStop, because it doesn't always match up with what these guys are saying. It doesn't always match up with Ortex, which is curious because Ortex supposedly has the data from the brokers and all that stuff. But when you go to a brokerage and it doesn't jive with those numbers, then it's kind of a WTF moment for me, at least. And if I were somebody who paid for Ortex, which I'm not, but if I were, I would be a little bit concerned. But okay, so let me see if I can get this. I can share this window here real quick, and I'll show you what Fidelity says. Second. You're looking at a Fidelity quote box here, and it says call Fidelity. It also says hard to borrow, right? And it's not even it's not showing the amount, so that's indicative of a hard to borrow stock, that there are not many shares available. The availability of the security is limited. Please call Fidelity. But it also says estimated annual interest rate 0.75%. So that represents the borrowing cost, the borrowing fee, cost to borrow. 0.75%. 0.75%. Ortex is showing here, for AMC, what, 2.11? Now, it could be that this is, well, anyway, yeah, I'm not sure how that really jives, but in any case, it's low when a stock is $12. Less than 1% is not really that much. Okay, so we got a little bit of, I guess, confirmation on another source here that shows that it is seemingly hard to borrow. It's also showing short percentage. Well, this is from April 29th, and 100 million. So that should be the same thing that's reported here. Well, they don't even have on there any. They don't even have the exchange reported on here anymore up here. Now they have short score. So we would have to go down here, but here it is right here. You can barely see it, but it's April 29th. You can't see it.
At the current time.
At the current time. 19.52, 100 million shares, and that's what we see. Well, I don't know. Yeah. So that looks like it does align with that. get rid of this. Get rid of that. Okay. Out of fidelity. Get back to this dude. I'm just going to skip past the ortex stuff because who cares, really?
So, when we come over to this article here, we can see China's almost $1 trillion hedge fund industry risks worsening the turmoil in its stock market as deepening portfolio losses trigger forced selling by some managers. Now, there's a key difference here that I want you guys to really understand. Forced selling and margin calls are two very, very different things. But right here, about 2,350 stock-related hedge funds last month dropped below a threshold that typically activates clauses requiring them to slash exposures, with many headed toward a level that mandates liquidation according.
Now, wait a minute, okay? I've seen this 2,300 margin calls and all this stuff that's being hyped. And I saw something yesterday that said Boss Blunt said over 3,000 margin calls, whatever. Okay? But I can't help but notice here that we are talking about the Chinese stock markets. China's almost $1 trillion hedge fund industry risks worsening the turmoil in its stock market. About 2,350 stock-related hedge funds last month dropped below a threshold. Such signs of stress were close to historical high. China Merchant Securities Company analysts said in a report this month. So these 2,000 hedge funds are Chinese hedge funds operating in the Chinese stock market. And if I'm reading this correctly, which I know based on the history of Shart the VIX, he's not. He's cherry picking this because he can say margin call, because the apes have been conditioned to have an emotional response to the term margin calls. Period. Period.
To an industry data provider, such signs of stress were close to historical high. So when we're looking at this right here, and we're kind of going over the
have to be historically high to actually think that this kid has any clue what he's talking about beyond being an excellent grifter.
The difference between what we're looking at here with a margin call versus forced liquidation, well, when we're looking at it, when a margin call goes through, they can just put extra cash into their account and they're completely fine. They can then avoid that call and continue on with their day. But if they're forced to liquidate their position, that is a massive problem. Now, in addition to this, when we look over here at some of these values right here, the FINRA margin debt chart versus the S&P 500.
So why would we look at the FINRA margin debt chart and the United States S&P 500 if the article's talking about Chinese hedge funds? So this is what I call brain dead. This is brain dead, okay? He's not thinking. Hashtag apes not thinking. Because he's so excited, and the way I always would say it was that he's got a little stiffy. He's got a stiffy because he got excited because he can talk about margin calls.
The margin debt's going to be...
And he actually has a source this time. Whoa, he has a source.
The S&P in blue. So what we've seen over the last couple of months, and the top over here, the margin debt down 3.3% in April. Again, this has been on a decline.
Thank you for reminding me about Angelo.
Deleveraging in the overall market. Now, this could be the result of people kind of repositioning themselves, or again, like we were seeing in that China situation, widespread
This is the kind of clickbait.
Calls.
This is the kind of clickbait that should not be really. I don't think should not be allowed. This does nothing to help anybody. In fact, really at the end of the day, people are losing money. People have lost money. People will lose money because of these clowns. Absolutely. And I wonder that when he ever wakes up, if he ever wakes up, assuming that he actually, believes this stuff. Some of these guys believe this stuff. Others of them know it's bullshit, and they're just in it for the money. That I believe that's Trey at this point. Short the VIX, I'm not sure. I've never been sure. I think he's a moron. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. So maybe he does believe it. in any case, if that's the case, it's negligent, because if you don't know, if you haven't done, if you don't know what you're talking about, and you put some stuff out saying that you do and it's wrong, you're negligent. It's negligence. You should not be doing that. If you're like Trey and you probably know that it's wrong and you still put it out, then you are a fraud. You're perpetuating fraud. So either way, it's not good. It's not good. It's terrible. And I agree. This is the kind of clickbait that's not needed. It's the kind of clickbait that should be removed. These are the channels that should get deleted. This is the content that should get moderated, and you know, if you believe that that's what it is, then, you know, whatever, censored. But it's not really censorship in that sense. But also, nobody at YouTube knows. Nobody at Google knows. They don't have financial experts. They don't have experts on every field sitting there reviewing the content. You want to talk algos? That's where the algos are. And why, you know, why one of my videos would get flagged as spam, scam, or commercially deceptive content and be made private, where I'm talking about this stuff and exposing it and talking about how it's misinformation. Maybe it got confused and thought that I was actually saying the stuff. I guess. I don't know. But that's one of the downfalls. No human was involved in the moderation of that content, unfortunately. But whatever, you know. It was one video. So let's see here. Does say that they are forced liquidations, not margin calls, but the title and thumbnail are misleading. Yeah, because, you know, like, again, like I said, they love the margin call FUD. They love to say margin calls. They love to say Marge is calling. And by the way, it's not like they call them up on the phone. That's not really how it works. But that's how they imagine it, you know, in their little fantasy. You know, and that there's going to be a phone call and they're going to, you know, shit their pants, literally shit the pants.
Now, we've been seeing this situation develop for the last couple of months, and this is just the start. This is not going away anytime soon. You can see that on this chart as well. It lists out in the gray right here. You can see it's kind of highlighted the time periods where we were in a quote-unquote recession. Like, this easily could come back over here, and we could see another level where the margin debt and the S&P are going to fall even more. So we're going to have to keep a lookout for that as well, just like we have been doing. Now,
how is this able to happen? How was this able to happen since, you know, 2009? You know, it's all macroeconomics. But you know,
we also have Ken Griffin making some pretty wild statements. We've covered a couple of these in the past, but there are a couple of other statements that I kind of want to go over as well. So when we come over here, Griffin pointed out that it's investors like pension plans, talking about Melvin Capital here, Gabe Plotkin, that got hurt when retail investors.
Okay, now. So Griffin pointed out that it is investors. So wrong it's here. Wrong form of it's in a Seeking Alpha article. Whatever. Everybody makes mistakes. But I've always had a problem with these guys, particularly Short the VIX here. When we come over to this article here, when we come over to this article, what article? You're not even showing us a title of the article, much less the URL. There's no link to it in the description. I can't go read it if I want to. I have to go find it. So it's almost like they don't want you to actually read the articles. They don't want you to know what they're using. It's just, oh yeah, when we come over to this article that I'm gonna, you know, cut off the side of and not show the URL. When I show sources, I give them in the description so people can look at them themselves. And I feel like it's almost kind of a respect thing. You have to respect your audience enough. Give them the tools. Give them the tools to go do what you did. That's science. Science is replicable. It says, hey, I came to this conclusion, but here's how I did it. Here's what I used. You go try it and see if you come to the same conclusion. And if you do, then maybe we got something. This is the complete opposite. When we come over to this article, and I'm going to skip down to God knows which paragraph this is. It's not the beginning of the article. There's no context. I mean, it's garbage.
Investors decided to put a short squeeze on GameStop and other meme stocks in an effort to bring down MULN, Gabe Plotkin's hedge fund. So you basically helped wipe out pension plans of teachers. You feel good about that. So what he's trying to do here is basically have this moral high ground, which doesn't make any sense. Because if you're Gabe Plotkin or Citadel's Ken Griffin, you can't then just come out and short good companies and then put everyday working people out of work, and then they can no longer contribute to society. It's the same difference.
Okay, yeah, right. Okay, that's a boatload of nonsense. A boatload of nonsense. You're talking about a time when retail stores were closed. It was a good short thesis, and it probably still is. Okay, but we're talking about the GameStop squeeze. That was the first event. We're not talking about AMC. We're not talking about what happened in June. We're not talking about the apes now. None of that. And, you know, the fact does remain that colluding and, you know, whatever, the SEC is not going to do anything because they're in a coma. But it very clearly states in the Securities Act, I think it's in the Securities Act or it's in FINRA, but maybe it's in both, that, you know, engineering a short squeeze is market manipulation. That's really where the manipulation lies. Because short selling is a normal function of markets. And, if, you know, GameStop shares were going to drop because they had to literally close their stores because not because they were shorted, but because of a global pandemic that forced everybody to stay at home. And I kind of ironically, it's by that same, it's another side of that coin, which is why the apes, the retail investors, were even able to do what they did. So it's really interesting in that sense that the pandemic is why GameStop closed and was a short target. It's also why the retail investors had the capital and time and interest in whatever and lockdowns to actually, you know, to spend the time to, you know, follow people like Keith Gill and get into this. But you know, to say that all this garbage about, you know, people losing their jobs and stuff like that, I mean, just look at what actually happened. Look at the timeline. Look at the you know, it sounds like I've always thought that he's fairly, you know, he spouts a lot of, you know, like mainstream right-wing conservative talking points. I think that he probably, you know, probably his parents rubbing off on him. My guess. That's just a guess. I don't know. But, you know, kind of going along with that is this like fake outrage, this outrage about, you know, just misplaced outrage. Just, it's not evidence-based. It's not evidence-based, and it's not a political issue, really. This is a common sense issue.
So, honestly, man, he's going to come out and try to save face all of the time. At this point...
And see, that definitely called the viewers. They don't like me talking. They don't like me defending Ken Griffin. But, hey, you know, I mean, let the chips fall where they may. Ken Griffin was not wrong here. He was not wrong.
There's nothing really he can do. The public image that he has right now is not going to help him. We've heard this a couple of times in the past that he was looking to run for office, but more recently, that is absolutely not going to happen at all. Now, in addition to this, I also want to talk a little bit about the options chains and how there's 0 shares left to borrow on GME right now.
Oh, yay.
Going into next week on Stonko Tracker, which remember is only getting their data from one broker. So when we're looking at this right here, again, we've seen those high cost of borrows. We are seeing really, really high short interest. There is that scarcity element in the securities lending market for these shares right now, and we're seeing less.
I mean, that's also disingenuous because If we come over to this site, if we come over to this website right here, if we come over to this website, it just feels sleazy to say that. When we come over to this site here, no, wait a minute. You got to do it like this. When we come over to this site here, what are you looking at, Scott? Fidelity, ownership and insiders. You know, you can see in these numbers, this is Q1 numbers now. Reported as of March 31st, at end of the first quarter, which those filings all came out at the latest last, I guess Monday, this past Monday. At latest, 45 days after. So you can see all these institutions here that hold all these shares, you know, is 10, 15, let's just call it 15 to 17% of the float of the outstanding shares are owned there. 10% would pretty much cover all the shares that are loaned, but you say there's a scarcity. I don't think that all the apes have turned off share lending. Probably not. If they have all of their, if they really have all these shares, which would be, by the way, would be a maximum of 54.4% of the float. That's the amount that's not owned by any of these other categories. I don't know. We don't know. Ortex is a black box. We don't know. We don't really know. But my point is, all these institutions own, let's say 21% there, just in the institutional holdings. That's not even counting the funds or insiders, but let's just go with the 20%, 21.5%. They're the ones lending these shares. And if they want to turn off the tap of lending and basically juice that number to 100%, to me, that's probably what's happening. I can't prove it. We don't know. Ortex doesn't disclose any of that stuff, but there's some funny business going on. But is it really that there's a real scarcity?
Less of them being able to get loaned out on a day-to-day basis. Now, when we switch over to AMC right here, there are a couple 100,000 or 100,000 right now on Stock Tracker that are available.
Were we looking at GameStop? Oh, we didn't even realize that.
Not going to happen at all. Now, in addition to this, I also want to talk a little bit about the option to next weekends and how there's 0 shares left to borrow on GME right now.
Okay,
going into next week on stock here.
But
right now on Stock Tracker that are available to go out on loan. But we are on SSR again going into next week. Hasn't really helped us all that much in the past. Again, this is the uptick rule, or the short sale restricted rule, meaning that these institutions cannot short the stock as it's going down. They can only short it as it's going up, unless they mark the shares as short exempt, which market makers can do, and some of these other institutions can do anyway. So it's kind of a useless rule.
Why? How? Why can they do it? Citation, source needed there. Source needed there.
General. So when we come down here a little bit more, we have, again, going into next week, about 5,000 call contracts in the money, 73,000 call contracts out of the money, 12,000 put contracts in the money, and 28,000 put contracts out of the money. So again, this last week was a monthly options expiration period, so there is going to be a little bit more action in terms of open interest on these options chains for this past week, and then they kind of slow down going into this next week as well. But again, in my mind, we've talked about this in the past. I personally am not buying any AMC calls right now. We have gone over what we need to see, those 1348 crosses on the 4-hour time frame, those closing candles above the 200 EMA. Then I will consider getting back into some call positions on AMC. So that is going to wrap up this update on AMC and this whole margin call situation that we have been kind of looking at for a long time now. If you enjoyed the information,
we've been kind of looking at it, yeah, kind of looking at it. Good, okay. What was that? 200,000 contracts out of the money at this last expiration. That's good. It's all money that the apes donated to the market. They just bought 1.3 billion shares. Oh, this is going to be good. Angelo's next. Angelo next. I need like a post-it note on my monitor. Angelo.
What's going on, beautiful apes? Today I do want to take a quick look at the institutional buying and selling. And the reason why it's so big, guys, is because we're getting very, very, very close to that June 3rd date. In this past week, we did potentially enter the bear markets for at least an hour or two. Bounce back, yeah. And it looks like the bear markets might be here to stay. Check this out. Now, guys, we have
another guy who cuts off, you know, the windows. I don't get that. I do not get that. We can't see the dates.
Ton of institutions buying, selling, reiterating what they think about the stock. And as of last week, we saw a ton, and I mean a ton of shares being bought, being sold, options being bought, a lot of strangles being placed as well. And the question is, what are they really expecting, right? We have Torso Investments with about 50,000 shares. We have Penn Series Funding with about 16,000 shares. We have U.S. Small Cap.
Well, yeah, Penn Series Funds is a zero change. So they held those shares previously. Shares changed percent. They disclosed it on this one, this quarter. It did not change from the previous report. So that's not an addition. The ones where they bought, well, they're going to have a positive number in shares changed.
Equity fund that actually picked up a short of negative 7,000 shares, right? If, remember, guys, they actually picked up a short of negative 7,000 shares, right? If, remember, guys, they're actually borrowing these shares for the time being, right? So they're borrowing these 7,200 shares, and if they ever comes down to it, guess what? They actually have to buy back those 7,200 shares.
Oh boy!
And we have Gotham Absolute Return Fund Institution picking up about 32,000 shares. Manufacturers Life Insurance Company picking up about 213,000 shares.
Nope. I knew he was going to do this. That's why I knew we had to look at it.
113,000 shares. Manufacturers Life Insurance Company picking up about 200.
No, they didn't pick up 213,000 shares. Actually, they reduced their position by 17.71%. That's what that indicates. You know, this is a gross misrepresentation of this data. I don't know how else to say it. This is ignorant. Now, the green shaded entries, I believe, are new positions. So Gotham Neutral Fund Institutional Class did not have AMC in their portfolio, and they added it. So it's in green, and that's why there's no percentage change as well, because it would be, you know, 100%, I guess. And that's just kind of silly. But anyway, no, they didn't pick up 213,000 shares. They actually reduced it. Yikes.
13,000 shares.
Why would you put your face on camera if you were this uninformed?
All this buying shows.
Well, here's another reduction. So, I mean, a minus sign that's not buying.
Is that a big move could potentially be brewing up. Now, we also do have Nationwide Variable Insurance Trust picking up about 72,000 shares. And
they didn't pick up that many shares. That's the total that they own. That's the total. Wait till we get to Jane Street. He's gonna hype that to the moon.
Big buyers, guys, was on the 17th of last week. Right? We had Jane Street Group with a put, 4.7 million, with a call, 13 million. Think about that.
Okay, I'll let him go.
13 million contracts, and how is
No, it's not 13 million contracts. It's not 13 million contracts. It's 13 million shares worth of contracts. So divide that by 100, then you'll get the number of contracts. But I mean, I don't.
Jesus. Impossible. I have no idea.
So that's how he's getting the 1.3 billion shares. That's how he's getting that figure. He is, you know, just pissing all over this here.
contracts. And how is that even possible? I have no idea, right? Because if you do really exercise, let's say every single contract has the exercise option to potentially buy 100 shares. You have 13 million call options.
No,
right?
You have 130,000 call options. You have 47,000 call options, put options. You have 20. I mean, it's not hard. The 13Fs, the quarterly filings, they're all in shares. So if you want to know the contracts, divided by 100.
13 million times 100.
No.
Well, you do.
No. Oh, are you hearing this? 13 million times 100. No. It's 13 million divided by 100. I cannot believe. I mean, I can, but I also cannot believe that this far into this thing, these guys are still shitting all over these Fintel reports. They're shitting all over it and calling it piss. Like, they're that uninformed. I don't know if Badback's still here with us, but there's a wire reference for you. Putting out shit and calling it piss. That's what he's doing.
That's about 1.3 billion shares.
No.
If they do potentially exercise it, right? So how is it even possible to buy that many? I have no idea. Same on the puts side, guys. They have about 4.7 million on the puts. How many shares is that if they do get exercised? Well, that's a whopping 400 million shares if it does get exercised. We have Goldman Sachs, right? They picked up shares and they picked up puts, right? So that's kind of eerie. But the biggest thing here is they are picking up shares and they picked up more shares than they do have puts. So they are potentially expecting this to go long term. And they do potentially want their puts to expire in the money so they could exercise them and make more shares.
Oh my God.
You exercise them though, 2.7 million shares exercised would give you about 200 million shares. Right? So doing the math here, guys, this is too many shares being bought than shares really in the markets itself. We had DE, Shaw & Co., right? They picked up a ton. They picked up about 11.6 million shares, and they picked up about 702,000 calls. So just think about this, guys. Just think about this. That's an option to potentially buy 70 million shares. And right here, 11.6 million, that's a ton.
Did anybody actually call this out in the comments? Let's see. Now, see, here's the problem, okay? This kid is putting out this data that's incredibly misinterpreted. Now, this video right here should be reported and removed. Here's why. Because he's creating this hype. He's saying that these guys are buying these millions and millions of contracts that could be exercised into multiples of the float. And what does that do? That furthers the hype, because if you don't know, if you are new, and we don't expect people to understand how to read 13Fs the first time they get in the market. Most people don't know how to read them. Most people don't understand them. And that's okay. You can learn, but not from these guys. But you're trusting, people are trusting this information, and it's not just him. It's not just Shill Talk Daily here. It's a whole host. It's a boatload, if you will, of AMC YouTubers that are just putting out this nonsense, and it creates fake hype. It causes people to buy in because it causes FOMO buying because they don't want to miss out. And it's a sad irony looking at this, listening to this, knowing that people will be influenced by this. They will buy or sell based on this information. Let's be honest, nobody's going to sell based on this information. And it's wrong. It's 100% dead wrong. It's so frustrating. And if people want to know, people don't understand why I do this, why I have a channel. Oh, you just have 700 subscribers. You're a nobody. This is why, right here, because this is wrong. It's irresponsible. It's wrong. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I think he believes this. So it falls into that negligence category. But in either way, it should not be that this is being put out quarter after quarter after quarter, misinterpreting these filings to be bullish. And maybe it is bullish. That's not even the point. That's not even the point. I don't believe that it is, but that's not the point. The point is what he's saying is incorrect. Period.
Right? They are potentially one of the top, I would say 5 or top 20, top 10 and top 20 shareholders of AMC stock right now. Right? We know Vanguard, we know BlackRock had about 40 million each. But now the institutional buying, guys, it just keeps getting even more crazy. And the question is, where are all these shares coming from, right? Who is letting them?
So, does what I'm saying make sense, Antoinette? Does it make sense? The idea that these filings, when it says call, that's not the number of shares. I'm sorry, that's not the number of contracts. That's not the number of call options. It's the number of shares that are represented by the call options. We know each call option gives the right to buy 100 shares. So if we are given the data in shares, we have to divide it by 100 to get the number of contracts. And it's something that they consistently misrepresent.
Borrow these shares, and how are they borrowing them when they're trying to buy them? How many shares
doesn't make sense.
are really out there? I do want to know what you guys think down in the comments.
How are they borrowing them when they're trying to buy them? God. Oh, yeah. New York Angelo. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. I got so distracted by that nonsense. Holy shit. Margin calls coming. That's probably the one. Oh, my. I have no takers on the voice chat, so I'm going to close that because it will make my system run a little better here. Margin calls. Here we go.
I'm not gonna hype anything, okay, guys? But I will say that we're this close to start seeing margin calls. Look at the data. Currently, we might actually start seeing margin calls because, according to FINRA, some of these institutions, their portfolio will fall under the value of the collateral that they provided. So the value of their portfolio that was purchased on margin, all the equities, all the stocks, all the securities that were purchased through margin, if their value fell at the levels above 25%, they will receive a margin call. This is a general rule. This means that individual brokerages, individual investment banks that gave the loan, gave the margin, gave the leverage to these institutional investors will be the one to choose in which levels they will call them out. But think
let me answer this question with an image about AMC Bigums. There's your answer right there. This was a video from my old channel that I did about AMC Bigums. One of his bullshit things. Why he chooses to adopt the avatar and persona of Tyrone Bigums, known crackhead, I don't know, but it was low-hanging fruit. I had to go with it. I had to, and that's what I feel about AMC Bigums. He's another pumper.
About it, when the risk is higher, most likely they will be start calling a 25% decline. At least if they didn't start calling, after this Friday when we already hit 20% decline. Usually how the scale works, the less riskier and volatile assets, the ones that actually borrow less money, right? If you don't borrow $1 million, the risk with you, borrow, let's say 10K or 20K, the smaller individual accounts, Usually you're not gonna get margin call right away if your portfolio fails at 25%. They could call you at 30, 40, somewhere around there. But put the same example with institutional investors.
I can't help but point out here that this would not apply to short sellers selling, with short positions for AMC. He quoted something that said that when the value of the portfolio falls, whatever percentage, blah blah blah. Okay. But if you're short on a stock, if you're short on the market, which is all essentially went the same way, your positions are gaining value. So how is this any type of catalyst for AMC? He's rambling on about this and that, about brokerages and blah blah blah, and the market going down, but it just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. The short positions, if you shorted AMC here when it loads, you shorted AMC here on this, anywhere up in here, looking at a nice profit right now. Let's just randomly go in here. So in the middle of yesterday's candle, 52.9, 53%. Let's take it to, let's take it to 53%. And what you don't want to happen is the red here. So this would be unprofitable. If it pops up higher, then that would be a loss, right? So you would set your stop here, somewhere up here. If it goes up there, you're going to close the position, get out now, or you're not, because it's going to probably come back down, and you get stopped out and miss out on all this 50%, 53% profit here. But, I just, I don't understand how you can sit there in good faith and make these claims when just logically, qualitatively, it has nothing to do with numbers or margin percentages or anything. It's a qualitative argument. The conceptual argument doesn't make sense.
Just think about, they borrow, let's say, $100 million, and their portfolio fails 25%. They just lost $25 million. And, it's not like you will see these numbers having a pause, right? Hit 25% and consolidation. No, when the market fails that much, little by little, it will keep declining when it finds its pattern. And like I earlier tweeted, there is, in my opinion, still room for more decline on the major indices. Of course, not a financial advice, just observations. This is why this week was pretty quiet. Right? It seems to be that the whole environment on the market was that, the market kept falling, nobody worrying about nothing. But this is the numbers that they will be focusing, because they knew that the market won't fall more than 20% this week. This is why they were, kind of confident. Nobody was worrying about nothing. They didn't talk as much about margin calls, and forced liquidations on the media. They mostly talk about, entering the bear market phase. And after entering the bear market phase, this is the following step. Especially after we received the latest data, compare the performance of this week on the market, which essentially is the worst for the last 21 years. This is why, guys, I personally will be bullish on this week, and I will be following very, very closely the market. When the market falls above 25% and keeps declining, well, then is the waiting game. Waiting game on the news, on Bloomberg especially, because they're the first one deliver that kind of a news. And let's wait and see. Let me know what you guys think about this. Will the market decline more than 20?
Okay, let's see what the comments say. The market is definitely falling way past 25%. We are so close to the MOAS. These are, you know, talk about non sequitur. Definition of non sequitur. That ain't fair after they went on the news and blamed it on us. All because they over leveraged. Them bastards. Well, blamed what? It. They blamed it. Ken Griffin was very specific about what he was talking about. He was talking about Melvin. Now, the apes seem to think, and I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the apes are saying they think that the media are blaming them for the overall stock market decline, which is just not true. Nobody is blaming the apes. It's the first time in the history of the apes that nobody's blaming them for something. For, you know, they're not to blame for something. I'm just kidding, but obviously the macroeconomic situation, the interest rate situation, the inflation situation, the change in consumer sentiment situation, the global situation, those factors all contribute to what's happening. It's not because a bunch of kids mostly bought AMC and GameStop. That's absurd. But it seems like that's what they're dancing around here with these kind of comments. And the thinking still seems to be that a market crash will cause the MOAS, and that's another misconception. It's not. I mean, I remember when Short the Vic said that. Like, he first started saying that stuff last fall, and it was nonsensical then. And maybe at that point there was a kind of negative beta situation between AMC and the market, but that has gone away. That is no longer. So I don't know why they would say that. Still, ha ha ha. I know it seems like we should be seeing / have already seen margin calls, but let's just keep in mind who the best customer a bank has is the hedge funds. They're not going to call until they have no choice, not just because some arbitrary percentage threshold was hit. Well, Wall Street institutions have a lot of money to play with even now. So and the amount of money that it costs to borrow AMC is minimal. So they to start falling too. How do we get that to happen? Start blowing up houses. No. Angelo, is this good or bad for the apes? Good. Oh, okay. Down, 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 so we can squeeze. No. Why do you, LOL, you keep saying the same thing since 2 months ago, I think, and nothing happened yet. AMC GME sounding more cultish. That's not me, by the way. Scott S., that's not me, but whoever he is, I like him. Have a look at Redbox. The SI is way over 140%. Redbox. Tony, when Tony was here, didn't he mention something about Redbox? I forget. But this is the same stuff, same nonsense that we see all the time. Just qualitatively, it makes no sense. When did he start? When did he start? 4 years ago, he was doing sailing and windsurfing. Oh, wow, I did not know that. Windsurfing videos. I never would have guessed that. Never would have guessed that. Holy shit. And got some sand volleyball there. And day 200. Day 2. What is this? What are these days counting? Interesting. Day 216. Day 341. You think that day 92, early days of windsurfing, day 92. Interesting. Okay. New York. Years ago. Drones. New York drone footage. Queens during coronavirus. Okay. When did the AMC pumping start? We're getting close. York 2.0. Shoes. My Adidas Predator Tango limited edition. Wow. Like, awesome. Aren't you cool? Garbage problem. Remember when that was a thing? Yeah, I remember that. Not because I'm in New York. I just remember they didn't want to get vaccinated. Galaxy phone videos. Okay, we're still a year ago, and he's not even talking about anything with stocks yet. Trade-ins for phones. We're gonna see a massive shift here soon. It's gotta be coming. Twitter buying TikTok. Okay, we're starting to get into some business topics here. Why are the rich getting richer? Kodak stock plummeted. Facebook, okay. Still no AMC or meme stocks yet. Apple and Tesla stock splits explained. How to invest $100. Pivoted to red, which is interesting. kind of a foreshadowing, maybe. Best time to be in New York City. Still nothing about market crash. Market crash is coming. This was 1 year ago. TikTok and WeChat will be banned from U.S. App Store. I guess if you, I don't know. That doesn't seem like that's stuck, did it? Columbia University. 15,000 followers on Instagram. Giant stairs. Millionaire habits. Still nothing about AMC. Oh, wow. It's amazing. How to increase followers on Instagram. More red. 420 followers per day. Don't let Elon Musk see that. Or any ape. 420. Black Friday. DIY personal finance. Oh my God. Problem with Apple. Problem with Apple, really? What keeps you poor? 800 plus credit score. Man, he was pumping out all these have like 60 views, 150 views. Whenever we see the views start to pump, like really explode, it'll go, you know, hand in hand with this. Neo stock, all right. 3 stocks. AMC, there, GameStop. There's GameStop. Here's AMC. AMC stock is next short squeeze. The upcoming stock market collapse of 2021. No, not quite. But, I mean, I kind of want to watch his first AMC video. His first one. While that's loading, because it takes a while to load because it's an old video. It's got to pull it out of the queue. Supertramp says, what do you think of Pantheon? I have not, I actually have never seen or heard anything from Pantheon.
Well, guys, AMC is...
Every time I see their content in the search results, it's like live streams that are like 2 hours long, and I just don't have that kind of time. I guess I could just skip around or check out part of it. Maybe we can do that. So I currently have no opinion. But what do you think of Pantheon? That's really the question here. What do you think of Pantheon? That's my question.
It's up 236% since opening bell. Is AMC the next GameStop? Should you buy
January
AMC
of last
what
year.
Price actually works best for you? What is the expectations for the best exit price? What's up, you guys? Welcome back to my channel. In this video, we will go over the AMC Entertainment stock. This is another Reddit stock which currently is being boosted from Reddit investors. The market bell opened the stock around 9:30. We saw the first spike at $20.30. Then we saw a little slide around 15.50, around 9:40, 10 minutes after the opening bell. Then we saw a little downturn of the stock around $11, around 10 a.m. And then we saw the huge... As of today, the stock is about $300. Just bear this in mind. These stocks, guys, won't be for the long run at all.
Oh, really? Oh, really? I might have been muted when I was talking about Pantheon. I just realized I was muted. So I don't know if you heard what I said. I'm not familiar with their content. Most of their stuff was like long live streams, but I can look at some of it if you want. And then I said, what do you think of Pantheon? Supertramp, I'm curious what you think. So yeah, oops. But listen to what he says here.
As of today, the stock is about $300. Just bear this in mind. These stocks, guys, won't be for the long run at all. You should expect to exit in a matter of days, because if you don't preset your margin that you want to take outside of your initial investment, you're betting too much.
These stocks are not for the long run. At all, he said. Boy, things have really changed in a year and a half almost. He probably didn't think he would be pumping this shit a year and 4 months later. Wow. There you go.
It's a huge battle right now on these two stocks. We have from one side a certain retail investors who are betting that the stock will go through the roof. And from other side, we have institutional investors who are trying to short the stock, who are betting that the stock will go very, very low. And now the battle, so far it's a big win for retail investors, because the GameStop stock went all the way to $300. Just think about what kind of losses the institutional investors who try to short the stock saw.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting
We're hearing about that now. Okay. Pantheon. All right. Guess I have to get more specific. Pantheon. Nice Corinthian columns there. So 11 days ago, where are they? What happened? Welcome to Pantheon. We are here to help provide clarity on the AMC MOAS. I'm not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend you blindly follow any topics covered on this channel in your financial decisions. We are also here to review amazing opportunities of travel around the world for after we MOAS. See what we have done and get inspired to do your own sabbatical. Get jacked about opportunities to see the world when all of you are wealthy to experience the fun and crazy things out there that you need to check off your bucket list. So be strong and hodl for the wealth coming our way. Joined November 2021. Canada. Interesting. Right? Pantheon. See what I mean? These are all long, but I guess this one isn't. These aren't. So, Pantheon radio end music. Intro music. Oh, well, those. Okay. Gotta find one that's not so long. Well, you know what? Let's go with this theme of, looking at their older videos. Go back in time. See? Emotions and the MOAS. Fake shares. Do you really want me to watch these? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Pantheon. Episode 3, we're going to focus on fake shares, or as my friend Chris determined the title for this video, the Phantom Menace. I have a lot of friends and family in my personal life asking the question, fake shares, synthetic shares, phantom shares, real shares. What is the difference between all of these? I thought I was just buying stock. Do I need to worry? Should I be concerned? How do I find out what I own? All good questions, and a lot of the stuff's been addressed, but we're going to do a very short, simple video on the different types and help try and clear up some of the FUD regarding what are fake shares in the marketplace, and do you need to worry about what's in your brokerage account? Fake shares. We'll start with naked shorts. Now, short selling is where you locate shares from someone else and you sell those shares, you borrow them, sell them, and then you intend to buy them back at a lower price and pocket the difference. The opposite of going long on a stock. Well, short selling stock shares that have not...
Oh, I'm in it now, Super Tramp. We are already here. We are already here. But, it's a good thing to look at because this is important.
Been positively determined to exist. The person you're talking to doesn't have them, or they don't want to loan them to you, or you don't even make the call and just sell them as a market maker. Those are where you get naked shorts.
Well, that right there is incorrect because market makers have an exception for naked shorting, but that's not positional naked shorting. They don't establish positions that way, that they literally just sell shares to buyers that way. But yeah, I always get a little bit skeptical, and it's not because I don't like Canadians. I have many Canadian friends. I've been to Canada many times. It's a beautiful country, but their market structure is a little bit different in Canada. So I always get a little bit, whatever you want to say, skeptical, or just, my BS radar kind of goes off a little bit when I see, and it's not really just Canada. It's not really just Canada. You see Thomas James and other people from outside the United States talking about very, very mundane, inane details of market plumbing and market structure. I'm not saying that you can't understand it unless you live in the United States. Certainly not what I'm saying. But, I would never make a video talking about the structure of the stock market in Canada. I don't know. I could read about it, yes, and I could say what I read this and here's what it says, but I would never claim to know about a system that I personally could not participate in and be a part of and actually experience. That's just me. So that already gives me a little bit of, cause for concern. Friends with Boss Blunts. I'm not surprised about that either. Boss Blunts is dangerous. He is a dangerous, dangerous man in terms of FUD. Masterful FUD artist.
And that's highly illegal. It's illegal by the SEC, and it was put into effect as illegal after the 2008-2009 financial crisis. And then you get commentators like Melissa Lee on CNBC saying, "Oh yeah, it's naked shorts, yeah," which was one of those 801 great moments for the MOAS crowd.
Not really, because I don't know why she said that. No, I mean, you know, who could know why she said that? But she didn't say it because they were talking about naked shorting. That's not what was being discussed. And we've looked at that video. We looked at the entire clip of that video, and there's nothing in that video that suggests naked shorting. Just standard short selling. So, you know, she probably went, either it was scripted and she was supposed to say it, or it wasn't scripted and she said it, which is why you probably should not go off of the stay to the teleprompter, just like Ron Burgundy, when he, you know, you don't want him going off the teleprompter. There's no reason for these talking heads not to just, you know, they're dumb terminals, in other words. They say what they are told to say. When they don't say what they're told to say, you get things like naked shorts, yeah, which is ignorant. I don't know why she said it. I do not know, but that is not, I mean, remember, that was a huge thing. That was such a huge thing, and it was brilliant on CNBC's part. So they probably did it on purpose. It was probably said on purpose, you know. And the commentators didn't respond to the naked shorts. They probably didn't even hear her say it. But they knew at that point, because Trey was on there, that they had this audience of uninformed investors, period. So, no, but, you know, they weren't talking about naked shorting.
Now, why are naked shorts allowed to happen if they are illegal, which they are?
Boy.
Well, short positions are self-reported by the broker. If they're dishonest, then the real position...
What? See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. What is this guy? What is it? What are you talking about? Short positions are self-reported by the broker. Okay. I mean, yeah, they have to mark it whether it's short or long. And you know, we've seen episodes of that being abused or whatever, and people getting fined. Citadel getting fined. But let's just continue.
Is not reported. Just imagine being in a position where you can create something that doesn't exist, sell it for cash.
Can't do that,
and
though.
If the stock that you're shorting ever goes down to zero, goes bankrupt, you never have to buy back the shares because they're zero, so you actually have zero capital gains tax on your short investment. So it's in their best interest to drive these things into the ground, drive these companies into the...
Oh my, yeah, there you go. There you go. It's in their best interest to drive them into the ground. Jesus Christ. Okay. By the way, yeah, in order, you cannot short sell without borrowing happening. Now, as I said before, if retail investors are shorting stock on, say, TD Ameritrade, you just create a sell order and you submit it. You don't borrow the share. You don't have to worry about borrowing the shares. That happens afterwards. After you submit the order and it's accepted and you get the credit in your account, the brokerage is going to handle the borrowing. But they will handle the borrowing. They will get, quote-unquote, borrowed. It's just electronic debiting from one account to the other account. But they have to deliver something. So if there's no borrow, they can't get a locate, that trade is not going to, it's going to fail. And, you know, whatever after that. But it's not this really this cut and dried, black and white, whatever. It's just this is ape
the ground to get them to zero, cause them to go bankrupt, and not have to ever report any capital gains on their short position.
This guy's been listening to too much Mark Cahotas, been talking about overstock or something,
Are they really being honest?
Look, hey, Lynn, look, Elon Musk, why 90,000 Bitcoin next week? They upped it to 90,000 now. My God. Can we just report this? Let's just report this. It's spam. That's total fucking spam. Jesus Christ.
Honest with their short position reporting, I think we all know the answer to that. Some analysts do actually believe that naked shorting
may, nice straw man argument,
may inadvertently help markets stay in balance by allowing negative sentiment to be reflected in a stock's price by forcing the stock price to drop so the sentiment can be balanced with the stock price, which I got to put it in here to be, open and honest with the video, but that's just such BS. So
yeah, no, it's not actually. And it's not, some analysts actually believe, I mean, that wording right there is just so biased, but I mean, you can go to Google Scholar and look up short selling, and read, as I've done, and read some research, empirical research about short selling. There are markets around the world that do not allow short selling. In general, those markets have poor quality, less liquidity. Short selling absolutely is important in the market. This is just uninformed investor nonsense, because uninformed investors are the stonks only go up crowd. So why would a stock ever go down? It's, and by the way, allowing negative sentiment to be reflected in a stock's price by forcing a stock price to drop so the sentiment can be balanced with the stock price. I mean, forcing a stock price to drop. Okay.
A short thinks that a company should be worth less than what it currently is, so they're allowed to create more shares to sell so that there's more selling pressure that would not otherwise exist to just get the price down. So when you have equal pressure pushing up and pushing down, and then you get a second hand on top of the top hand, both pushing down, yeah, you're going to get some downward momentum on that push.
So
how that makes any bloody sense and keeps the markets balanced? Yeah, well,
he doesn't understand. Okay, yeah, this is bad. This is terrible. Not to mention the fact that, and they used to talk about this, short sellers are guaranteed future buyers. The apes used to say this. They used to say this. The short sellers are guaranteed future buyers of a stock. So any effect, economic effect of short selling is going to be offset, balanced down the road with covering, short covering. So there's also that part of it. But Pantheon thinks that short selling is evil. The apes, by and large, think that short selling is evil because stonks should only go up. It's just, okay, all right. Cool, whatever.
You can tell my feelings on that.
Yes, we can.
So,
feelings.
Failure to deliver FTDs. When options expire in the money and market makers cannot locate shares, they can instead sell phantom shares with the intent that the unlocated shares be located and the transaction then be completed. That's if they ever intend to.
Phantom shares.
As seeing AMC's FTDs continue to grow and grow and grow, we can clearly see they have zero intent to ever locate those shares and close up that transaction. It also applies to shares, futures, options, or forward contracts. Phantom shares are the result of FTDs. Phantom shares dilute the stock in question.
What in the
they
fuck
create
is he
more
talking
shares
about here?
that are out there that otherwise should not be there. If you write an options contract and options fall in the money, you can create, if you can't locate them, you can create phantom shares. If you can't find them from someone else to buy, you can just create more. So why not just do that? Sure. Never have to worry about it. Nobody seems to be enforcing it. So GG, that's for you to roll in any day now. The buyer of phantom shares may own shares that on paper do not actually exist.
Oh. There are actually no shares. I mean, there's no physical shares of anything really anymore. It's all electronic, and you can go and look at FTDs and you can see the numbers go up and down and they report them cumulatively, and that's just one of the most uninformed takes on FTDs that I think I've seen. But not to mention most contracts are not exercised. They're not. So yeah, it's really a nothing burger there.
So how are fake shares different from real shares?
Oh,
your brokerage account shows you how many shares you own. those are actual shares in the company for the purposes of the AMC MOAS. It does not matter if the shares you purchased were real or fake, synthetic, phantom, etc. They all count. So you don't have.
So, all right. So it doesn't matter if they're real or fake for the purpose of the MOAS. They all count. Okay, cool. So
have an ability to know in your brokerage app or your brokerage account whether they're any of those types, but it doesn't matter. Any shares issued beyond the shares outstanding, and currently it's 513.33 million, are fake shares. But fear not, you will still get paid when you sell. It's not your fault that the broker sold you fake shares.
Okay, so here we see this again. This, and I really need to coin a term for this. I don't know what to call it, but maybe there probably is a term. Well, yeah, it's garbage is what the term is. But this notion, this idea, this misunderstanding, this extremely hot take that, you know, oh, there are 513 million shares, so anything beyond that are fake shares. No, that's not correct. So the idea that, you know, there is a float, there's a number of floating shares that are out there that are bought and sold, floating around, and then there's also, based on that float, but not identical to it, there are a certain number of, I call it economic exposures. That sounds kind of naughty, but people have an economic interest in those shares that can go well beyond the float. Well beyond the float. The original 513 million, okay, we understand that. Short selling creates a negative or an inverse economic exposure to the stock. So there's, you know, another 100 million units of economic exposure to that particular company's stock. But on the other side of every short sale is a buyer. So there's another 100 million units of economic exposure. So you have that original 500 million, you have 100 million shorted, and you have 100 million long positions that result from that. Those 100 million short positions, that's 700 million units of economic exposure, for lack of a better term that I haven't coined yet. But that's normal. That is not fake shares. It's not phantom. It's not counterfeit. It's not synthetic. That's just a function of market dynamics. Those two quote-unquote phantom exposures from a short sale and a long position that results from that, those are, well, first of all, they're temporary. Those are temporary. Number two, they balance each other out. Those two things are complementary. So it's not really a thing. This is all uninformed ape nonsense, essentially.
It's not your fault.
It's not it, but it is your fault that if you don't all right. It's your fault if you're putting out this misinformation. Like I said, I would never talk about the Canadian stock market or the London Stock Exchange or the Chinese stock market so definitively with such bravado. I might talk about, hey, yeah, I looked this up and this is what it says, but I'm not going to say things definitively like this about another country's stock market, number one. Number two, if you've been watching AMC for over a year every day, listening to these influencers, on one hand, I can understand why you might be misinformed, but on the other hand, there's really no excuse for it, especially when the stock's been going down, there has been no MOAS, and macroeconomic conditions are pretty much all but ensuring that that's not going to happen. Yes, it is your fault at this point. That's not me being a dick, although I am a dick. That's not me being a dick. That's just, taking responsibility for one's actions. Adulting. So
what happens when the AMC MOAS starts? Well, there's a catalyst that forces the shorts to begin covering.
What could
FOMO
that
kicks in to buy AMC.
What in the world could that possibly be at this point? We've seen everything. It hasn't happened. June 3rd. Yep, 1 year to the day.
Shares. Institutions and so-called smart money will begin to sell into the FOMO. The sells are bundled up by the market maker and drop like a hammer on the share price. Drops a big drop on the stock. Trading halts kick in so that everybody gets freaked out. Trading resumes, and FOMO eventually will slow down as we crest at a price. Now, these steps will repeat multiple times over. It won't be just a one-day event, and it won't go up all the way and then come down all the way.
The old
like a mountain like
MOAS
peaks,
will
like a
last
stock
for
chart,
a
and it will
week.
go up and it will go down on the way that this happens. But they're going to do this multiple times to drive the fear of God into everybody for retail so that they sell, because they want your shares for the cheapest price possible. Shorts then will continue to cover until this is done. Now, all shares, real or fake, will be treated the same
until this is done. So he's insinuating that all shorts will cover, like during 1 week long event. It'll be like shit, I forget what it's called now. I gotta look that up. It'll be like the it'll be like the Lexus December to Remember sales event, right? It'll be like the everybody will they'll just get all the short positions will go away. No new short positions will be established. This is another pretty easy debunk of the MOAS, because nobody considers the fact that there would be short selling at the same time. It's just that shorts would cover, which would never happen. There would always be, especially during that type of event. So yeah, I don't know. It's just it's fantasy, really. It's fantasy. Model 3 dude is still here. Why did Tony D leave so fast? I don't know. Maybe he was doing research for the opponent. That's probably why. I don't know. I mean, it sounded like he was. Hey, I think Eddie Moore. I think Tony gets it. I think he knows that MOAS is a fantasy. I absolutely do. And he even said, I should go back in the chat and pull it up and post it again, because, it was, let's see, I'll find it. Here it is. Here it is, right here. You actually provide fact-based info, Scotty. Tony said this earlier. So, and of course we know that, but, he gets it. He understands. He's frustrated with all of these fake financial advice channels pumping the AMC stock and promising endless wealth. All you have to do is buy and hold AMC. Yeah, he gets it. And he knows that, yeah, we might come off as being biased, bearish biased, and whatever. The facts point, they lead to what they lead to. And that's the best way to look at these matters. Not going in with a bias, but, looking at the data and saying, okay, where does this point? Okay, I'm going to do that. And that's what we've done, and that's what we do here. And it just so happens that generally would be seen as being bearish. Well, so be it. So be it. The other half of it is, the apes are incredibly biased, so they don't want to look at anything that is contrary to their opinion. Confirmation bias makes their world go around, which is, it's sad and ignorant, but it's the reality. So Tony understands what we're trying to do here. He gets it, and I'm glad. It seems like we've buried the hatchet, I guess. I mean, I never had a problem with him, really. And who knows? Who knows why anybody does anything? But, it's not personal with me. It's not personal. Anybody who's been around here for any length of time should know that, I think, hopefully. But anyway, Tony's live apparently right now. So now, having said that, my next challenge for Tony would be to come to the channel and come in Telegram, and let's actually have a discussion, a voice-to-voice discussion. I mean, you can go on camera if you want to, but we don't need cameras. It's just, we can have a, like a radio conversation about it, live, voice-to-voice, man-to-man, and well, let's talk about it that way. Why not? Why not? With the Massalorian. So yeah, he associates with a lot of the, even if he's not an AMC pumper, which he still could be, technically speaking, I guess. But he associates with some of those channels that are way off base. Just
Same as this happens, and all matters must be settled. We're going to start a new little fun part to the end of each of these videos, the AMC social media post of the day. And this one comes from StockTwits user Radu10. Buy if you can afford, hold until they cover, MOAS, no other way. AMC shorts not covered. Thank you, Radu10. Keep up the good work.
Look, that's
we'll be checking a variety of different locations.
That old fart there. Yeah. I'm not even gonna touch that. I'm not even gonna touch that with my reachy grabber thing, that I can grab things that are far away with. I actually have one of those. It's really useful for certain things. But I use it to pick up trash outside. But anyway, it's in the old person aids section at Walmart. It's near the toilet seat risers, the things that raise the toilet seat up, and those handles that you put next to the shower, and canes. It's in that section. Okay. Anyway, so the apes don't believe that there was no shorting on the backside of AMC after the run up to 72. I would assume that they don't. I mean, it's pretty clear that there was. Even ortex shows, short interest went down and it went back up. You can see it on short interest on ortex. I mean, this notion though that all the shorts will cover, shorts haven't covered. We're waiting till the shorts cover. The shorts. This is like this, the shorts covering, in quotation marks, as a single event is a fantasy. That is not a reality. It's not. It's just not an event that is ever likely to happen. The shorts covering. That's not really how it works, because we see shorts. You see short interest go up and down all the time. With no catalyst, why would they all cover? And also, right, why would there not be new short positions? It's not like short selling is going to be banned on AMC. The only way that would happen is if the company goes out of business. Then there's literally no stock to short sell. But other than that, there will be. So it's a major logical error in the whole MOAS DD. It's an extreme. It absolutely is. It's a glaring oversight by the apes. And I tried to bring that up on the AMC stock subreddit last year, and I got banned. So whatever, that's the way they do. That is the way they do. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. So yeah, Pantheon seems to be kind of an idiot, or just an uninformed investor who now apparently is an influencer. It's crazy. It is crazy. I own AMC NFT emails have been issued. Fantastic. SEC transparency, dark pool rules.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Pantheon. In episode 71, we're going to look at the January 26th SEC open meeting related to transparency and the new rules for dark pools and ATS or alternative trading systems. Think Citadel Connect when you hear ATS. Now, this meeting
really is handy.
Really did work out in our favor, and it was evidence in my mind that the pressure retail's been putting on the SEC and other regulatory bodies is paying off. These are things that we needed to have in for transparency, and these are really reflections of what came out of the whole removal of the buy button for some of these items. And I'll explain that in more detail, but I like making these kind of videos.
No, there was nothing in any of these rules that would prevent any brokerage from removing, quote unquote, removing the buy button. I mean, that's just a gross misstatement.
Because I like providing you guys with good news.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah,
so
of
the
course
SEC
you do.
is five commissioners who are appointed by...
See, I like providing people with bad news, right? Yeah, no. It's better to provide factual information or a balanced view or counter-arguments than good news. Good news.
By the president, and currently the fifth commissioner has just recently retired. So we had 4 people in today's meeting, ran by Chairperson Gary Gensler, and attended by Commissioners Hester M. Pierce, Allison Heron-Lee, and Carolyn A. Crenshaw. The agenda for today's meeting covered 2 main items, and I'm going to spend more time.
Yeah, we may not. I'm not going to go through all this.
I'm
Definitely not going to go through all this. Let's skip around here. Wonderful. Okay.
Within the definition of an exchange, and are thus not required to register as exchanges, they are not required to comply with the same federal securities laws and regulations applicable to registered exchanges or ATSs. As a result, market participants who use these systems are not availed to the same investor protection and fair and orderly market principles that apply to today's registered exchanges and ATSs. The proposal is designed to address this regulatory gap and current disparities that affect competitive balances among like marketplaces for securities. Basically, they're saying you've got this loophole for communication protocol systems, and we want to close that loophole up and have everybody follow the same regulations. And I don't agree for a second that communication protocol systems have become important pieces to pull things together. You know what that is? That's Citadel Connect. So Citadel went to Robinhood and all these small online broker apps.
Look at that.
Paid them hundreds of millions of dollars to route all their orders directly to Citadel, payment for order flow, so that Citadel could turn Citadel Connect, a communication protocol system, into this important marketplace piece. But it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Wow. So many biased and, bias statements and everything there. And just in general, like Citadel's the enemy. Citadel is the bad guy, so that's just an assumption at this point. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to go any further with that. And now I know at least. Thanks, Supertramp, for bringing that guy up. But I got the Robinhood customer agreement here, and we're on page 10, but I'll show you the top. It's revised June 2020. That's an old one. Let's go back. This one is May 11, 2022. I thought that meant effective June 2022, but not. This is revised May 11th. So we were on page 10. And volatility. Let's enlarge this a little bit here. Trading. You understand that Robinhood may at any time at its sole discretion without prior notice to you, 1. Prohibit or restrict your access to the use of the platform or related services. 2. Restrict your ability to deposit or withdraw funds or trade securities in your account. Or 3. Terminate your account. The closing of your account will not affect the rights or obligations of either party that are incurred prior to the date your account is closed. Robinhood may restrict your account from withdrawals or trading for, but not limited to, the following reasons. There is a reasonable suspicion of fraud, diminished capacity, inappropriate activity, or if Robinhood receives reasonable notice that ownership of some or all the assets in your account are in dispute. Robinhood shall not be liable for any loss you may incur due to Robinhood's refusal to permit any deposit, withdrawal, or transaction. In the event of a breach or default by you under this agreement, Robinhood shall have all rights and remedies available to a secured creditor under all applicable laws and in addition to the rights and remedies provided herein. So, big point here. Robinhood may at any time, at its sole discretion and without prior notice, prohibit or restrict your access to the use of the platform or related services, restrict your ability to deposit or withdraw funds or trade securities in your account, or terminate your account. And they give some reasons here, but they throw in that magical phrase, but not limited to, meaning they can do it for whatever reason they want to. Even if it is, to protect their business interests, because at the end of the day, they are a business. They are a business, and they're in business for business, not for any other reason. Payment for order flow, fees and charges, fractional shares. I think that's really the relevant part there. But nothing. They did not remove the ability to remove. They did not remove the ability to remove the buy button. Certainly not. Now they did reword it. I believe they reworded it. Hypothecation. All securities held by Robinhood or carried by Robinhood in any account for you may from time to time, without any notice, be carried in your general loans and be pledged, repledged, hypothecated, or rehypothecated separately or in common with other securities. Blah, 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 blah. It is understood, however, that you agree to deliver to you. Okay. It is understood, however, that you agree to deliver to you, upon your demand and upon payment of the full amount due thereon, all securities in such accounts, but without obligation to deliver the same certificates or securities deposited by you originally. So, non-fungibility. Any securities in your margin or short account may be borrowed by you or lent to others. That weird, you agree to deliver to you upon your demand. That seems like it's, I don't know what, seems odd. Margin requirements. Anyway, short sales. Now, they don't allow short selling. Maybe they do in margin accounts if you're trading on margin. I don't know. Didn't think they did. Anyway. This will definitely stop the ladder attack we have been experiencing with AMC and GME stock. Yes, it will. Yes, it did. Good job. Weekend warrior. Imagine they have to keep track with the ping pong shared that occurred during ladder attacks. Good job, GG. We don't need you to favorite us. We just need you to be a fair ref. No. By the way, short ladder attacks are kind of a myth. It's really not anything. No truth behind that. You are the only channel to take the time to break down the new ruling in details. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By far the most clear and concise explanation of the transparency ruling. Uncle Gary didn't disappoint us. Maybe there is still hope for fair markets after all. Boy, that was a sentiment booster. They know what they're doing when it comes to that. Huh. Boatload of hope. Hopium. Boatload of hopium. Yes, also for turning ceiling fans with broken pull chains. Yeah, that's true. I don't have a ceiling fan right now, but I'll accept that. Removing halogen bulbs. Grabber thingy, stock to the moon. I think mine was actually an as seen on TV. I think it had an as seen on TV logo on it. And you are very welcome, Supertramp. No problem. I'm glad that I finally, bit the bullet and looked at that guy. Now I know, not what I expected at all, but also kind of what I expected. You know what I mean? Like, there's really, I'm not really surprised that much anymore by what these people are saying. But that was a really bad hot take. There's not a lot of AMC content coming out today. I'm really, that I am surprised about. Oh, what about this? AMC stock, the misinformed investor. Stupid intro song. It sounds like it's a very sad theme. Like, why is this theme so sad? It sounds like the beginning of like an Easter hymn, not an Easter hymn. What's
going on, guys? It's
Lenten
TMI. I
hymn.
am the Masked Investor. Thank you guys very much for tuning in right now. No matter what time it is, no matter where you guys are, I do appreciate you guys for being here. And we have ourselves some broken news. That's right. We're not going to say breaking news moving forward. We're going to say broken news. We have ourselves some broken news right now about AMC YouTubers, content creators going to fight each other. And I do want to break down what happened here earlier on this week. Potentially down the line, we can actually see this coming to fruition. It'd be pretty cool. But before we get into that information specifically, I do want to say, guys, we are going to be having Mask Off Tuesday, May 31st.
What?
So if you guys do see a barefaced person here in the channel, it's me. Okay, no one stole me. No one replaced me.
Oh my God! I'm glad I looked at this one. And by the way, did he say a barefaced, like this, like a bare face, barefaced? He's shorting AMC now. TMI is shorting AMC. I'm going to put a video out saying that he shorted AMC. Fuck it.
If you guys do
be more true than what most of these
see a barefaced person here in the channel, it's me. Okay, no one stole me. Information specifically, I do want to say, guys, we are going to be having Mask Off Tuesday, May 31st. So if you guys do see a barefaced person here in the channel, it's me. Okay, no one stole me. No one replaced me. It's actually me. I'm just giving you guys a quick heads up. All right, so relax. Okay, I see a bunch of theories in the comments for these videos. If you guys want to put your theories for what I will look like in the description below, feel free to go for it. People have been having an absolute great time ripping me to shreds, and I have been finding it hilarious. And the second thing is, guys, I am live in the pre-market on Sunday nights, on Monday nights, and doing TA questions, whatever you guys want, really, on Wednesday or Thursday nights around 8 to 8:30 in the Discord. All right, so try clicking the link below, guys, trey1348.com/TMI. You do get all the information you guys are looking for, all the questions. It's a crazy market out there, tough to trade. But now let's get into the information you guys are looking for. Here we go. This was Trey's trades back on May 17th. Okay, now I know, of course, it's just a few days later, but like I said, it's broken news. May 17th, Trey said, "Yo, real me Kevin, boxing mask?" Now, why would he say that? Why would he ask? Well, recently, Michael Reeves and Graham Stephan did have a boxing match. Now, in the creators class, you had different YouTubers, different content creators boxing each other, fighting each other. I think this is all derived from, the recent success from Jake Paul and, that come up that he's had. And people are kind of interested in boxing.
Clickbait.
He's taking a close look. Yeah. His right hand. Yeah. And that's it. That's it. Wow. Michael Reeves. Yeah. There's that demon you were talking about. That demon you were talking about.
Of course, if you actually do like boxing, you're probably a little bit frustrated with the fact that, the sport itself seems to be turning into a little bit more of a joke. But now that we're in that joke realm, I want in. Okay, I definitely want in. So right here, go back to Trey's trade. He said, "Yo, real me Kevin, boxing match, let's do it." Me Kevin responded, "Let's do it." And then I came in after I saw that, and I was just like, hold on now. If Trey's me fighting me Kevin, and that's gonna be the top card there, you guys gonna need some preliminary matches. Like, I mean, you need the crowd to warm up a little bit here. So, let me in, right? So we had, Matt Kohrs, we doing this or what? I didn't think he was actually gonna respond. You know why? Because Why would you? This is not even a real thing right now. It's just a random thread. But nonetheless, there comes the Duckmaster himself with the boxing glove saying, let's do it, right? I'm guessing that's along the lines of what the two boxing emojis were. Now, if this comes into fruition, if this actually comes true, there will probably be so many different bets being put on the line against me. I just want to let you guys know it'd probably be safe money. Or would it be? Okay, it would probably be safe money because apparently the thick boy himself is got that power behind him. But the funny thing is, guys, I would love to see Trey's Trades and Real Meat Kevin in a boxing match. I think that you know, these kind of situations here in finance, you never really get, right? It's such an interesting place to be a content creator because everything's supposed to be, you know, non-political. It's about the markets and people have different opinions. And I know behind the scenes, not these two guys specifically, but behind the scenes, people have always disliked other creators. And I feel like once you fight, there's really nothing else to be said. There's always nothing else to be said. So I'm not really as interested in these two, although it would be good. Or myself and Matt Kohrs, but I'd be interested to seeing all the different crypto influencers out there doing their damn thing, all the different day traders out there doing their damn thing. Like, I want to see more creators out there putting their face where their mouth is and, you know, getting on some boxing gloves and having some fun. So you guys just aware of this. In the future, hopefully we can see a boxing match, and that's all I got for you guys right now. All right, so my name is Team My Guys. I am the Masked Investor. If you guys...
So that was disappointing. Although we did find out Mask Off Tuesday. Mask Off Tuesday. We should have a watch party. Is it going to be all day, I wonder? Or is it going to be a certain time? Everybody needs to start making limited orders. I think they mean limit orders. When they buy for higher than the current price. I feel the only way we can beat the hedgies is to play on their greed. Offer to buy AMC higher, and the price will chase the bids. For example, if the price is 38, place your orders at 38.50, 39, 39.50, etc. so the line chases the limit prices. Wow, that's logical. Okay, what do the comments say? Is this actually a fucking spam comment? Some of these replies are. This is actually a stupid idea, but hey, do what you want, people. I mean, these comments here are most certainly spam, but I don't think that... I don't know. I don't know actually now. I don't know. It's so hard to tell. Some of the spam comments are more, you know, sensical than the non-spam ones. Guy. Mask Off Tuesday. Cool. Shot-by-shot analysis of Nicole Kidman's AMC commercial from 10 hours ago. What? Okay, now this is a different type of analysis that I haven't seen. Why not? Why not? Something different.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. When it comes to websites, online stores, etc., there's no place to build a beautiful online presence like Squarespace. One of my favorite films of the year so far has been the Nicole Kidman AMC ad. No matter what I'm seeing, this one manages to sneak its way into the film, proving it's probably the most influential piece of cinema we've seen in a while. And I want to dive into it, shot by shot, to understand its greatness. Now, the piece starts with what could be...
Understand its greatness. Before we get into this here... Who are we watching here? Karsten Runquist. Never heard of this channel. I'm assuming that most people probably, I mean, I don't know, but I don't think he's an AMCer. Maybe he's an AMC ape, but what's his normal content? Why Disney is destroying movie theaters, what I watched in April, because we were all wondering. Euphoria. So, about TV shows and stuff. Reviews, I guess. Character analysis. What I watched in September. Why 4.3 aspect ratio looks good. I thought it was maybe going to be about like cinematography or creating videos, but it seems to be more about just, you know, analysis, criticism. So
be described as a tribute to Twin Peaks, which is a show, not a movie you would really see in an AMC, which makes me think this shot has a deeper meaning. If you look closely, you'll see that the AMC logo is actually upside down. And as Nicole comes into frame and steps into the puddle, destroying the logo, it makes the viewer feel like their vision of AMC is about to get flipped upside down. We then see this shot of Kidman remove.
That's really reaching. I mean, a lot of so far, it seems to be really, you know, I mean, I get it, but I get what he's saying, but Model 3 dude's not buying it. Hey, you know, hey, let's give it a chance.
Moving her hood. At the sight of just the AMC logo, the entrance to such an establishment, this shot is implying Kidman is quite literally opening her mind to the potential of what she's about to witness. This shot is interesting because she never really says AMC. She lets the logo
people need other people to explain commercials to them. Like, I mean, that's why I'm trying to figure out, like, what is this point of this channel? If it were to, like, okay, let's learn how to make an ad. Let's do that by looking at this ad. That would be something. I mean, I'm compelled to continue watching this.
Talking, and this is in a way the logo talking back to her. They capture it in a reverse shot way with Kidman hugging the side of the frame, AMC being in her direct eye line. And I think this choice of keeping both of them in the frame makes for a pretty intimate shot. It really says AMC is about making this a personal experience, which we come to find out is actually a bit of a theme in the entire commercial. You might be like, what's so special about this shot? But if you look closely, we actually see a bit of mist going on behind Kidman. Could be mist, it could be steam, or, you know, I'm thinking we're looking at ghosts. I think Kidman walking away from this sort of ghostly imagery is the film's way of saying she's walking towards new life, new beginning.
Odd. I mean...
beginnings at the AMC. This is a place where you can start over. Next, we have one of my favorite shots in the film, Kidman walking down the hall. And what I find interesting about this is that she's actually going down in numbers, which I interpret as two things. One, she's going back in time. The movie keeps her youthful. Remember that.
And it's like the AMC stock price, it's going down.
Beginning we talked about earlier. By going to the movies, Kidman is actually going back to her childhood. And two, it's delusion. Kidman has been here so many times that walking back to the entrance of the theater is actually walking back into another movie. It's a deadly cycle that she never leaves. Which takes us into the next shot as she enters one of the theaters. Now here's where the monologue is interesting. This is the shot where she looks to the camera and says, "We need that, all of us." Only for the camera to reveal that there is nobody else in the theater. I interpret this as yet another form of delusion. Kidman under the impression there are other people here when it is just her, which is the film's way of saying film can create a community out of literally nothing. This shot may be simple, but I think showing Kidman not using the handrail says she's got this here, she's in control. Next we cut to a wide shot of
God. Not using the handrail says that she's got this. What? Fuck me, man. Oh my God.
Still walking up the stairs. Nothing. This shot may be simple, but I think showing Kidman not using the handrail says she's got this here, she's in control. Next we cut to a wide shot of Kidman from the side still walking up the stairs, which is to imply that going to theater is like climbing mountain, which is said to be a form of achieving a higher wisdom. To reach peak consciousness, she's elevating her own mind. Now this one is interesting because she says the words as the lights begin to dim, as a light is behind her. If we do some basic math here, we can deduce that the light equals Nicole Kidman's mind, and her mind is dimming too.
What the fuck?
Is a place where you can turn your brain off. The lights
are this guy is I mean, if he's not an ape, he should be an ape, because this is what the apes do with Adam Aron's tweets and Ryan Cohen's tweets. I mean, seriously. Well, let's do some basic math. Doing some basic math, the lights equal her mind. And she turned it off when she went to an AMC theater. Okay? Like, the apes turn off their mind and they watch AMC pumper videos and buy AMC stock as it continues to go down. Like, what? I made up that last part, but I mean, I'm half expecting him to tie the stock into this somehow.
Your mind does as well. And in the next shot, we see that in action as the lights dim. But what's cool about this shot is that it goes next level with it, because if you look closely, the lights aren't just dimming in the theater, but they're dimming on our screens as well. This commercial takes into consideration the theater goers watching this ad in the theater itself, allowing for complete and total immersion. Here we have a shot of a projector, or as I call it, the movie gun. And in this shot, it's sniping the back of Nicole Kidman's mind as all kinds of light and color comes bouncing out from off of it. This represents the cinema taking control of her mind. Then we cut to this shot of Jurassic World playing on the screen, and the first thing I noticed personally is that the lights that were dimmed earlier are now back on, which is to say, was it all I gotta
say is I'm glad that I found this and Manuel did not find this, because Manuel finds all the cool videos, all the amazing content, stuff that is just, you know, classic, but I found this one, and I found the astrologer. So take that, Manny.
Was it some sort of hallucination brought on to Kidman? Or does this signify rebirth, the new beginning? Or perhaps death? Was death following Kidman all along, and now we are seeing the light? What I love about this film is that it offers so many questions, all that are up to the viewer's interpretation. It could be a death, considering she's standing in the next shot, as though she hasn't even sat down yet. She suddenly spawned again,
could it be
lights still
that
on.
It's just a lady in a theater? Could it be that it's, I mean, I don't know, man. This is
as a red light continues to shoot the back of her head. Now, something about the light hitting the back of her head is that it means her figure would then appear on the screen because she's blocking the projection. The film's response to this is to show Wonder Woman, because when you're watching films at the AMC, you become the characters. Kidman isn't blocking anything because when she goes to the movies, she's on the screen. She is Wonder Woman. In the next shot, she sits down. We shoot this from the side angle to really emphasize the coziness of the seats at the AMC theater. Then we cut mid-sentence to a frontward facing shot to show Kidman's admiration for what's in front of her. Now, what I like about these two shots is that in one there is nothing next to her, and then in the next she has a drink, which is to say that there's something somewhat magical about the theater. You get so immersed in what's in front of you, in the magic of the dazzling images on the silver screen, that you acquire drinks without even realizing it. For this next shot, she says sound that
your bank account goes down without you even realizing it.
You can feel, and for this shot, the camera decides to move around her head from one ear to the next, which in a way simulates the sound of the film. We surround Kidman's ears the way the sound in the theater does. Not only do we feel the sound like she mentions, but in this case we are the sound.
Oh my God.
And then we're hit with "Heartbreak feels good in a place like this," one of the best lines I think I've heard this decade in any movie, show, you name it. It reframes heartbreak as something ultimately good, something we can laugh about, smile about. What Kidman achieves here is something kind of rare for most Hollywood actors. She asks the audience member to question their own heartbreak and if the heart really breaks at all. Then we cut to her watching Creed, which is the first shot where we can really see the scale of the whole situation, as we see Kidman as just a tiny little guy next to this massive silver screen with a dazzling image on it. Kidman describes Creed as a hero, which makes me think Kidman wants to beat someone up, just something to consider. Next, we have a shot where the camera moves in closer to Kidman as a means of putting us once again in her mind, just to then cut so far away. But not just
what
anywhere.
happens when
We're
you
looking
try to
directly
analyze
at the
the
audience, which is to say,
advertisements.
The movie. It really puts you into the perspective of a movie as you get to look out at Nicole Kidman, your number one fan, smiling, admiring just how dazzling your image looks. Finally, finishing off the piece with this shot, as we move in towards Kidman, she looks at us and says, "Here they are," referring of course to movies being perfect and powerful. By breaking the fourth wall, you really get the idea that you're there with Nicole Kidman. She was watching you when you were a movie, and now she's watching you from down here. Her commands cannot be escaped. She really eyes you down and tells you these
First they say you're crazy, then they try to fight you, and then you change the movies.
Things to your face, making it feel just that much more intimate, making you feel like AMC just makes movies better. So that is my analysis of AMC ad Nicole Kidman. Thank you for watching, and before you head out, I want to thank this week's sponsor, Squarespace. Now, Squarespace, if you didn't already know, is
Wow, this is exactly what I needed today. I was thinking I need a shot-by-shot analysis of Nicole Kidman's AMC commercial. Nicole deserves the Academy Award for Best Actress for this film. I was absolutely blown away by her ability to carry such a complex narrative in a highly confined duration of time. What in the fuck? The problem with this analysis is that it is actually well done. Hold on. Let me do something here. Let's go away from top. Top is bullshit. Yeah, I agree with that, Mile 3 dude. We didn't need to see that. That's why you notice I went away from it. One thing I think you forgot to touch on is Nicole Kidman embracing her Australian accent. The AMC logo being upside down during the first act. The first act, I think, alludes to this taking place down under. Holy shit, this commenter and this creator are two peas in a goddamn pod. Almost 8 minutes of this. Yep. Yeah, I just got brainwashed. This is both a commentary on the goofiness of the commercial and the goofiness of film interpretations. Okay, I wasn't getting any like tongue-in-cheek necessarily. It is also the only video I've ever watched by this guy, so maybe it is, sarcastic, but I didn't get that from it. I cringe every time this plays at the movie theater. So maybe that's what it is. What it is. Maybe that's why he's called it a film. I don't know. He's a writer, director, editor, and a guy with a tree nut allergy based out of Chicago, Illinois, and a recent graduate of DePaul University, the BFA in film editing. His work on YouTube focuses on comedic film reviews and has amassed an audience over 490,000. Now, comedic film reviews, like funny film, like reviews of funny films or funny film reviews? I don't know. Don't know. But anyway, that was unexpected. 22 million for that, huh? That's what it cost, right? But this is not financial advice.
Hey, this is Frank. Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video should be used for entertainment purposes only.
Oh, it's
whatever I say in this video is my opinion. It may not necessarily be factual.
Oh, it's entertaining.
Man, you know how the devil and the hedge funds, they want to talk about, man, what retail investors are doing in the stock market. But check this out. I've never seen any industry where a group of individuals can come together and make millions and billions of dollars by selling a product or a service that they don't own. That's what hedge funds do in the stock market. They have the ability to make millions and billions of dollars off a product or a service that they don't own, and when people buy it, they don't even deliver it.
What services? What? Okay, Frank. Like we know you don't understand how it works, but okay.
I don't know of no other industry that you can do that and somebody don't end up going to jail for fraud.
Because it's not fraud. It's not fraud. It's all contractual. There are contractual agreements in place. It's very complicated. If you actually look at the, the inner workings of it, the way that it works, it's actually fascinating. But it's not fraud.
Hedge funds can do that in this scam that we call the stock market. And see, sometimes I think hedge funds I think the 1%er, and I think even the devil. I think, man, they think we're either stupid or, you know, or they just like using psychological warfare, or they just like gaslighting. Because we're only 90%, we're only 10% of the stock market. Institutions own 90% of the stock market. So if the stock market is crashing, or you got issues with the stock market, it can't be because of retail investors. See, the only thing that retail investors did is that we use our intellect and we leverage our power, our resources, and our money, and we took control of a few stocks. And it worked. You see what I'm saying? And see, that's the reason why they don't want retail investors to be united.
His calendar's
see,
on the right
they really
month.
don't have a problem.
May
they tell you they do. It ain't about retail investors calling themselves apes. That's not it. The problem, what they don't like, is retail investors being united, and they leveraging their power when they become united. See, it ain't about being an ape. See, they don't like us.
What did he say? I'm gonna have to turn down the damn subtitles.
Is retail investors being united, and they leverage
being you name it. What does that mean?
In their power when they become united. See, it ain't
united. Okay, united. All right, Jesus. All right.
About being an ape. See, they don't like us leveraging our powers, and see.
Yeah, they do.
Another thing, man, that they don't like is
they fucking love
another thing, man.
They made a shitload of money off you uninformed
even though
investors.
They don't like us, what they like is our paychecks. See, they like our paychecks. And see, it's been, although we're small, they like them paychecks coming in because, see, them paychecks allow them to be able to live the lifestyle that they live in. You see what I'm saying? But see, we didn't screw the stock market up. If the stock market is screwed up, man, they did it. And once this whole
no. Dude, I mean, come on, man. Like, what? You go back to investing in your 401k and just shut the fuck up. Like, what is this brain dead shit? United. What, I mean, if the stock market, retail investors didn't mess up the stock market. Yeah, well, nobody said that retail investors messed up the stock market. Ken Griffin said that the actions of retail investors caused the hedge fund to lose a lot of money. And that's true. So, but he didn't say that they messed up the market. Ken Griffin knows that this was a flash in the pan. He knows that this phenomenon is over. Like we know it's over. Because he understands the bigger picture. You know, I wish I could get an interview with Ken Griffin on this channel. That would cause my channel to explode. Like, somebody would bomb my channel. Literally bomb it. I would get bombed. Not figuratively, literally bombed. But, you know, this could be, yeah, there you go. The stock market messed up retail investors. And I think you could also say that the Fed messed up everything over the last 12 years with this bull market, and especially after COVID. But you know, they can't control what people do with their money. But you also had the era of Robinhood, no commission trading, easy access to the market, democratized finance, which, okay, you know, maybe it is, but in some sense. But I mean, you could not really. You're still paying for it, so I don't see how it's really democracy. It's American faux democracy. It's the kind of democracy where you get to vote once a year for people that were, you know, handpicked by corporations to represent you, and they call that democracy. It's not democracy. Robinhood's not democracy, you know. But whatever, you know. I am a crazy leftist. I'm a crazy leftist anarchist.
Oh, you will see once then you'll see this how they operate. Once this whole thing is over with and they get out of this situation, let's say, for instance, man, they get a bailout. They're going to turn around and do the same thing 10 or 12 years from now. It's how they operate, and it's what they do. Because, see, when a stock market is crashing like this, they still get rich. People still get rich. The difference this time is when the stock market crash, retail investors, man, gonna get the opportunity to become rich, man, when the stock market crash. That's the difference. And see, they pissed off at us because we had resilience and we had enough intelligence to stay in this short squeeze play. And they didn't think that we'd stay in this short squeeze play. They didn't think we'd stay in this play long enough, man, just to see them get crushed. See, they didn't believe we was going to stay in this short squeeze play. So they upset.
Now, that actually may be true. That actually may be true, because you know, nobody. I don't think anybody thought this would drag on this long, and that people would cling to you know, this much false hope and misinformation. I mean, we look at it every time we look at these videos. We talk about it on this stream, on this channel. It's what we've always done. I didn't think that. Well, last May, I didn't think that I would be talking about this at all on YouTube. But I certainly didn't think in August of last year that I would be talking about it still in May of this year. So he may be right about that. No, I don't know. And then also, yeah, they are the, you know, they're the enemy. They are the enemy. Clearly, it's them. Who? Them. Who are they? Them.
They put themselves, man, in the position that they got to cover. But they understand now if they...
But you know, it would be interesting to go through this video and count how many times they and them are said. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but you know, it actually wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be that hard.
Cover. A lot of them going to end up going bankrupt if they cover because they can't afford to cover. So they upset.
How are they not going to afford to cover? Do you like how unaware, how uninformed, how ignorant do you have to be to say something like that? A lot of them are going to end up going bankrupt if they cover because they can't afford to cover. They can't afford to cover. I mean, I have no words.
Because they put themselves, man, in this position. But it's not our fault because they could have covered at any given time. They could have did that.
Exactly.
But instead, man, they refused to cover. And you know why they refused to cover? Because they thought the government...
I mean, there's got to be at least 200 times.
Shorting, they thought stock market manipulation, and they thought us getting out of the play because they was prolonging the play and using stock market manipulation. They felt like those things was going to be their out. And that was the way that they was going to get out of this situation that they was in, but they was wrong.
I'm doing it.
You see what I'm saying? So, you know, for the past decade, hedge funds have caused people to lose trillions of dollars.
What?
Because of their reckless behavior in the stock market and them being greedy.
I want to see your research on that, sir.
You know, the problems that we have been having in the stock market, it does not have anything to do with the stimulus checks. The stimulus checks did not damage the stock market. The stock market
Oh my God!
Is in trouble because
this is somebody who
what
should not
you
have gotten
had
a
was
stimulus
hedge
check.
funds taking
Fucking
our
shit.
money through stock market manipulation.
What money?
And they got
Where did money
massive
come
loans
from, Frank?
because the
Where
money
did
was
it come
cheap,
from?
and they used all that money to gamble in the stock market. You see what I'm saying? And also they used that money to become wealthy, but in the process of becoming wealthy, they destroyed companies and they destroyed people's lives.
Because when they destroy a company, then they can continue trading its stock. Yeah, they do. I mean, you know, obviously they do. This goes over to the OTC market, pink sheets, and they keep trading it for pennies. These zombie companies that don't exist, like Sears Holding Company and Blockbuster Holding Company, and they still continue to trade them because that's the goal, is to bankrupt companies. I mean, have you ever heard, you know, of a more ridiculous take? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I shouldn't say that though, because it's like I say that every time, and it's like I continue to be like
and they cause thousands of people, man, to lose their job. So us getting stimulus checks is not the reason why the stock market, man, is crashing. You see what I'm saying? So now what they doing, they draining the stock market, they draining crypto because they trying to meet margin. Because, man, they was over leveraged and they was using reckless behavior in the stock market. You see what I'm saying? And that's, you know, and that's where the problem is coming from. And see, I'll close with this. Retail, man, can't destroy a stock market by investing and taking control over a couple of stocks. And when has it become illegal for retail investors to buy and hold a stock? You see what I'm saying? So I just want to say in this video, retail investors is not the reason why the stock market is in the position that it's in. The real enemy to the stock market is the hedge funds and the devil. Thank you for taking time out to watch the video. Have a nice day.
All right. So, I'm still working on that. I'm gonna find out how many times he said they and them. I've got it over in Word. Got the transcript in Word right now. This is the Lynn just posted this in Telegram chat. We looked at part of this.
I have so many questions for you after the day we had yesterday.
You know, we saw clips of this. This is the whole interview. We're not going to watch. But I made this comment actually 15 hours ago. I said, I love to see Ken Griffin have a podcast. There's a lot to learn from this man. Looking through these comments, it's clear that the apes will take their misinformed beliefs to their graves. Once stupid, always stupid. Ken Griffin podcast would be fantastic. Bloomberg, make this happen. I like that comment. I stand by that. I stand by that. That would be extremely fascinating. But I don't think they have anything. I don't have it. No, they don't have it timed out. Anything on here. Timed out. Let's just go in here. This is your boy Kenny, Antoinette.
The last couple of weeks.
Was it the right thing to do, though? Shut it down.
Look, this is Gabe's business. It's Gabe's personal decision. I'm not going to second guess his choice in life.
But what does it mean for hedge funds in general? Are we going to see more episodes of some of these retail investors?
Well, I mean, the average hedge fund lives for about 3 years. So several hundred shut down a year, and the world goes on. Gabe was certainly an iconic investor.
They didn't hype that part of it. The ape influencers didn't listen that far, did they? Wow, it's interesting because he's basically saying it doesn't matter. That was a really good place to drop in here.
Over his career, he did an incredible job for his investors. Kudos to him. We all react to adversity in different ways. He went through a really tough run. He chose a decision that worked for him.
What's the overall thinking on these retail investors, though? Are they back? Was it a black swan? Is it something?
You mean the whole sort of meme stock phenomenon that got Dave in trouble in GameStop last year?
Yeah.
It was actually before.
It's probably a moment in time. You know, replay the history. You've got this enormous stimulus program from the federal government, sending checks to tens of millions of American households. And a fair number of those households did not need the cash. They put it into the stock market.
Fair number.
And people were looking for connection. They were looking for something to be involved in. You had the rise of the Wall Street bets and the whole Reddit phenomena. And I don't want to say our stock market devolved into entertainment, but there was certainly an entertainment dimension that came into play with money that was in some sense just dropped out of the skies into people's wallets. And they took a run at the stock market and GameStop and AMC and dozens of other meme stocks. I'd like to think it was a moment in time. I'd like to think that's the case.
That is exactly what we have said here the whole time. That it was a cultural moment. It was a number of factors that came together that made all that possible. It wasn't one thing. It was a combination of things, mostly brought about by the pandemic, though, of course. So, and the reaction to the pandemic. So, you know, it honestly, yeah, I'm going to be the next Ken Griffin, basically. Just kidding.
It's not how capital formation works best. And frankly, a lot of it came from a place that I don't think it was very healthy, which is like, let's try to take a firm like Melvin and put them into bankruptcy. Like, great. So you basically help wipe out the pension plans of teachers. You feel good about that? It's not Gabe's money that you're taking down. You're taking down the money of a pension plan that belongs to a teacher. So I don't think it wasn't a very good moment in American capital markets history. But I think you have to replay history and go, where were we as a country? And people were locked up in their basements, kind of losing their minds.
So it's a COVID phenomenon.
It's a COVID phenomenon.
Have you been on Wall Street Bets?
Of course I have.
And?
There are some great videos of them trying to attack Citadel. I noticed that we always seem to stand in the end, but there's some really great videos done.
Such as? Now, everyone's going to Google instead of listening to what you have to say.
You can go Google and have fun on Wall Street Bets, entertain yourself.
Ken, talk to me about regulation. Is there any part of the regulation that the SEC is going through that you think is a good idea?
Well, I'd love to see Gary Gensler pivot from talking about regulating cryptocurrency to actually giving regulatory clarity. I mean, from my perspective, that has been the giant regulatory failure of the last 2 years. We've seen $1 trillion change wiped out of value in the crypto space. We saw the Terra Luna disaster just like hit right at people's pocketbooks in what they thought was a stable investment. And we still don't have regulatory.
Here's a section that the apes didn't listen to. You know, they didn't listen this far because they all got mad and emotional about it. But you know, this is spot on. Yeah, we have these stable coins, and yeah, it's $1, and yeah, it's safer, and or you know, whatever people use stable coins, you can easily trade it with crypto, whatever. Yeah, and it was uploaded 2 days ago, and you know, look at all the nonsense that we looked at on the AMC side of things as a result of that. It's only been out for 2 days, so yeah, crazy. But
clarity around.
But I mean, you know, and a lot of people are, well, we don't want crypto to be regulated. Okay, but regulations, you know, they're there for a reason. Well, the regulations are unfair because you made a bad decision. Like, better for there to be a regulation, you know, that comes about as a result of like of a fraud or something bad that happens, so that faith can be restored. That's the whole reason the SEC even exists, to be honest. That as a reaction to, you know, 1929 and the immediate aftermath of that, Securities Exchange Commission and the Securities Act and the Securities Exchange Act were all instituted in 1933. So, you know, that's what happens. Things happen, and then we try to change them. Try to change the world.
And we still don't have regulatory clarity around crypto. So number one is the SEC has got to address this issue. And whether it's them on their own or in partnership with the CFTC, the markets need more clarity in crypto. And with more clarity in crypto, you're going to see more of the tier one firms able to provide liquidity, able to provide research, able to help enhance price discovery. That will help the market mature into whatever it's going to become. But you want your tier one firms to help make that maturation process happen. That comes with regulatory clarity. I think the meme stock phenomena, we spoke about it for a few minutes here. I think the SEC was in a really tough box about how to handle that moment in time. Freedom of speech issues come into play. Really hard. It was very clear that some of the trading had in its basis this idea of hurting others through short squeezes. It's borderline market manipulation when it gets into that level. But I think that's really tough for the SEC to have addressed. I don't know what they should have done on that front. It's a really interesting intersection of First Amendment rights, social media, and financial markets. And I just don't have the right answer to this because I'm such a huge believer in First Amendment rights.
It would have been really easy for him to say that that should have been shut down. They should have gone after Reddit or whoever. But I think he's right. Who can really say? Because it's such a weird combination of things. It's such a now combination of things. Nothing really. There's no precedent. It's just interesting and it sounds like he's being honest about it.
I have the right answer to this because I'm such a huge believer in First Amendment rights. I think that's really dangerous area for us to tread in terms of regulatory matters. And then the regulatory agenda for this year, they dumped 700 pages of new regulations into the market as my holiday present for all of us in this room. We got that present.
Did you read it all?
I have not read all of it. I have other things to do with my life, but I've read a lot of executive summaries that make me want to cry. And it's a lot of regulation with reasoning behind it that I don't understand. You often see regulations, you go, I understand what they're trying to get at. And for much of this, I don't understand what wrong they're trying to right or what information asymmetry they're trying to address. And so that's very worrisome to me because the United States, with debt to GDP at roughly 130%, with a wall of entitlements ahead of us, Washington, in every dimension, has got to be focused on grow the damn economy. If we grow the economy, that will help on the inflation front. That will help bring more people back into the workforce. That will help us address the promises we've made to those who are going to retire. And yet, out of Washington, the current rhetoric and action plan is about slowing down the ability for our country to move forward. This idea that we're going to tax companies as being anti-inflationary is the most absurd concept I've ever heard of. We're going to tax our companies that need to invest in.
I think that they've. I think he's been cleared of any. All those lawsuits went nowhere. But that doesn't mean he didn't handle anything wrong. It just means that he's a rich guy. Yeah, I don't know.
CapEx.
That's a good point, though.
Invest in hiring people. Invest in training their workforce. Which all this will happen in smaller quantities. We're going to tax these companies, and we think that's going to reduce inflation? Just go take out a simple economics book, for God's sake. So I really worry about where we are in the regulatory front right now, because we need to go the exact opposite direction. We need to encourage investment in capital and in people to grow our economy, to meet the promises that we've made to the American citizens.
So one of the things that the SEC is looking at also is concentration issue amongst market makers. That's not something that you think is there.
Look, Gary can look at it all he wants. Market making business is extraordinarily competitive. The team at Virtue is very good at what they do. The team at Susquehanna is extraordinarily talented. I face really tough competitors every day. If he wants to spend time analyzing that, God bless, go for it.
Is there something that would make it acceptable to you in terms of either disclosure or best execution requirements?
Look, we have advocated that all the retail brokerage firms should report their execution quality in their public disclosures, because we think that form of transparency furthers competition. And to be clear, we think we're the best competitor. So in a market that's more transparent, where the benchmarks are clear, we'll bring our best game to the table every single day, so will everyone we compete against, and the consumer's going to win. And we've gone nowhere with this with the SEC for gosh, it must be 5 to 7 years now. So what's really interesting is whether it's us, or it's Virtue, or it's Susquehanna, we put a lot of ideas in front of the SEC that we think are very clear-cut, pro-competition, pro-consumer, pro-market structure, and have gotten nowhere. Why don't we have half-cent ticks in the most liquid names? There's no good answer to this. Jeff Sprecher and I spoke about this in front of the Senate, ballpark 2015, 2016. It's unbelievable that when the largest exchange and the largest market maker both go in the most liquid names, we can have a tighter bid-ask spread. And we're getting stiff-armed by the SEC to do this. It's incomprehensible that we're being criticized for being anti-competitive. I have a very simple framework. I hire really good people. We invest an extraordinary amount in training and development. We empower decision-making. All we want at Citadel is a chance to compete. That's all we want.
What real regulation do you think will come from the SEC in the next 12 months?
I have no idea.
Do you ever speak to the chair of the SEC?
I have spoken to Chairman Gensler, and to be clear, I'm a little befuddled here. He is very sharp. We worked with him a lot when he was at the CFTC on Dodd-Frank. And Dodd-Frank, which opened up competition in derivatives, has been a home run, an absolute home run for end users of derivatives. I mean, it has saved tens of billions of dollars a year in the derivatives market by end users. In fact, Bloomberg, kudos to Bloomberg, is one of the biggest platforms today for trading interest rate swaps on the back of Dodd-Frank. So I've seen Chairman Gensler do some really great things to improve the competitiveness of our markets. I'd love for him to play that playbook, because that's how we're going to create surplus for the consumer, is we're going to take out deadweight loss in the economy. We're going to make people bring their A game to work every day.
Yeah.
And that's how consumers win.
But just so I understand, you think they're looking at too much regulation, or they're misunderstanding regulation? What's your real beef with him right now?
No, my real beef is they're dumping hundreds of pages of new regulations that are going to reduce the incentives for active management. They're going to make it more difficult for hedge funds to run their businesses. There's adverse consequences to private equity. To what end? I don't know what to end. If I could tell you, hey, they're doing this because it's going to, do X, Y, Z for the benefit of consumers, I sit here and tell you about that. I don't have that story. So that's why I'm perplexed. I'm just kind of perplexed. I'm not usually that perplexed either.
Talking about the nickel market, that was pretty crazy what happened on the LME. What does that mean for the LME?
Oh, boy. That was one of the worst days in my professional career in terms of watching the behavior in exchange. We didn't have any meaningful position in nickel at all. I'm not sure we traded a single contract that day. I don't know. It wasn't material to us. But to see an exchange close and then cancel hours worth of activity was just utterly, just incomprehensibly wrong. You cannot do that in a market that is integrated with other markets. what if you traded on the exchange, then had a back-to-back over-the-counter contract? What if you were a producer selling your production forward, and now all of a sudden you find that you didn't hedge? I mean, there's all kinds of adverse consequences that come from exchanges changing the rules of the road after the fact.
I think the apes would agree with this. I don't see why the apes would not agree with this, actually. What he's saying right now. I also don't think they listened this far. So, but yeah, no, I mean, it's very interesting.
Market, we saw PGM change the rules of the road a few months ago with respect to the price of power between 2 points in the marketplace. Every time you see these kinds of regulatory interventions, or in this case, an exchange acting in a way that I can't understand, you undermine market integrity. And on the back of that, you have the whole cascade of you reduce participation, which means you reduce research, which means that you reduce the effectiveness of investment made. And consumers pay for that in the end.
So what, the LME shouldn't survive? It should be restructured? There will be lawsuits?
Well, there's going to be lawsuits. I mean, for sure. I mean, that's just the nature of the situation. Look, I think this points to the necessity of clarity on exchange rules. And if the LME, for example, had a rule that they will halt trading on the back of a certain size move, everyone would have known that up front and behaved accordingly. The key to successful regulation is you make the rules of the road clear. And I spoke about that actually in my hearing with Congress on GameStop, which was you just make the rules of the road clear. If I have to drive on the left, I'll drive on the left. If I drive on the right side, I'll drive on the right. Just tell me where I need to drive the car. We'll follow that. And the LME changed the rules of the road. The PJM changed the rules of the road. When you interfere with markets on an ex post basis, it's incredibly destructive to the meaning of markets.
And so what does it actually mean for the LME, you think?
Well, LME is seeing a dramatic decrease in turnover across a number of their products, and you're going to see liquidity move to other venues, and you're going to see people drop out of markets.
Ken, on philanthropy, so you bought, the U.S. Constitution, there was a Blue Origin flight. Like, how do you choose what you buy?
I buy what I want, bitch.
Those are two very different questions tied into sort of a question. So first of all, most of my philanthropy is not about what I choose to buy. In fact, 95 or 96% is. I'm very focused on ways to increase opportunity and access and education. So to me, my father was the first in his family to go to college. My grandmother grew up so dirt poor they had no running water. And what has made my life possible is my access to education. Went to a public high school in South Florida, had the opportunity to go to Harvard, started Citadel after college. That is a story of the power of education. And so have been very committed to initiatives that open the doors of education to as many as possible, which regretfully means I deal a lot with K through 12 education and spend a lot of time trying to push back on the impact of teachers' unions. Because right here, right now, as we have for 20 years, we see the teachers' unions put the interest of the teachers in front of the interest of the students.
Well,
but education by far has been my big focus over the years, and that's the story behind Blue Origin.
I don't know about that.
The Constitution is a totally different story. It's the founding document of one of the great moments of exceptionalism in the world. And I get frustrated with all the endless self-criticism of America that takes place today. Take a step back. It's the first successful story of representative democracy. Our origin story.
I mean, it's successful for some, but not. He's an idealist, that's for sure. He's an idealist, and not surprising, based on where his position. But
story is not perfect, but it is the origin story of America, which has been the most followed
it's not
model
perfect,
in the
but
world
it's the best.
over the last 250 years. This is what success looks like. And the Constitution of the United States has so many important ideas in that document that define who we are as a people and the values and beliefs that we stand for.
Definitely.
You're involved in politics. How much are you willing or expecting to spend in this election cycle?
Well, I'd love to spend zero. Love to spend zero.
Shouldn't have to spend anything.
And
that's a failure. That's not
I'm
what.
not
That's
to be
not
involved.
the way it was supposed to be. It was not supposed to be dominated by corporate political parties with, you know, as much money, endless amounts of money being spent by corporations. No, that's in my opinion, personally, that's bullshit. But I don't want to be. I don't want to grandstand. I don't want to be
because I've
accused of
seen what
grandstanding.
happens when you have poor political leaders. And right now, I live in a state that's the case study of this. Detroit was the wealthiest city in America per capita in roughly the 1950s.
Cleveland was too at one point.
Detroit. And I bought hundreds of copies of a photo book on Detroit. The photographs were shot about 7 or 8 years ago. And in these photos, Detroit looks like like it was like the Ukraine. I mean, you cannot imagine the devastation in Detroit in terms of dilapidated buildings, old theaters that are just destroyed. I mean, it's like the Ukraine. And
He got a lot of flack for that
of
statement too. He said things like that before about Chicago. He got some shit for that, but I mean, it doesn't bother me personally. I live in Cleveland, so.
And Illinois right now is going through the same.
We do have 3 billionaires that live here, though.
Our decisions not to enforce the laws means that.
I'm not one of them.
You know, as awful as the event was that happened a few days ago, here in New York, that happens every weekend in Chicago, by noon on Saturday. There have been, in rough strokes, 20 to 25,000 people killed in Chicago in shootings since I moved there 30 years ago.
So you want to make a difference?
So I want to make a difference. And I have found that political leadership is a really important way to make a difference. That no matter how much money that we put into philanthropic efforts, if you bring in politicians who are not going to fight for the kids, and they're not going to fight to have safe streets, and they're not going to be oriented towards how do you build a business community, you end up with Detroit.
Okay, I accidentally clicked away from it, so we'll stop there. Yep. All right, let's see what Mohammed Alarian says here.
About the Fed being too late. Is a recession at this point now unavoidable in the U.S.?
It is not unavoidable, but unfortunately the probability is going up. What is unavoidable is stagflation. And we're seeing growth coming down, and we're seeing inflation remaining high. And the Fed is finally catching up to developments on the ground, but it still has some way to go.
Okay, so if you look at stagflation, what does that mean for stocks? How much of it is already priced in, or how much more volatility will we get?
So we've gone sequentially through pricing in inflation risk and interest rate risk to pricing in tighter liquidity. What we haven't priced in yet is a significant slowdown in growth. So we are mostly through the adjustment, but not quite there yet. I think there's probably another leg to come.
What does this mean for the U.S. consumer? Are they strong enough to withstand this for a couple of quarters?
So the consumer in general they still have significant savings that were built up during the pandemic with all the transfers from the fiscal side.
I don't know how true that is. I really question how true that is. I've seen statistics that say that the savings have basically fallen below pre-pandemic levels. So I don't know how true that is. I don't want to talk about my personal experience and you know, whatever, because I know it's not representative of everybody. But I just don't know how true that is.
But the issue, Francine, is distribution. There are very vulnerable segments of the population, and so far we haven't seen enough being done to protect them.
Yeah, stagflation is also, I guess, every central bank's worst nightmare. When you look at the situation in Japan, I mean, they were stuck in this for a long time. Is the U.S. or the world becoming more like Japan, or is it a stagflation, a transitory stagflation environment?
Transitory.
So that is really hard to project at this time. Stagflation is the worst thing for central banks, especially for the Fed, because it puts its two objectives in conflict with each other. And that's why a lot of us wanted to avoid the situation. And this situation was avoidable. That's what sort of upsets a lot of us. It was avoidable had the Fed not stuck to its transitory inflation characterization. Now that we're here, it is very hard to find a first best policy outcome. So the Fed is going to have to make a very difficult choice. A lot of people say it needs luck and skill. Yeah. Well, it needs a lot of luck at this point.
Okay. Let's see. Seems like I've looked this up before. Yeah. So, yeah, it has. So before COVID, it was 7%. This is the personal saving rate. Personal saving as a percentage of disposable personal income, frequently referred to as the personal saving rate. The ratio of personal saving to disposable personal income. Personal saving is equal to the personal income less personal outlays and personal taxes. It may generally be viewed as a portion of personal income that is used to either provide funds to capital markets or to invest in real assets such as residences. So, March was the last, I guess. It was reported in April. For March, it was 6.2. Is lower than 7, so. When I was born, roughly, it was 12%. The peak, in the mid-70s. And then it was on this, slow decline, and then it's interesting. Just a very, very interesting graph. Let's see here. Average American has less than $600 and could not handle a $1,000 emergency. That's true. Have disposable income. Yeah. DPI, real DPI. They have Let's look at both of these. Fred is my friend. I like Fred. Fred is a good buddy of mine. Now, I'll clarify that the saving rate is not the same as how much money people currently have saved. So some people could have money saved from those periods when it was a lot higher, 20, whatever, during the pandemic. So that's possible. But in terms of new saving, that's certainly, and here, this is interesting too. Look at this, the spike here for, because of unemployment, stimulus. So before the pandemic, this is disposable personal income. We don't have really guidance on that, but 16,000 dropped slightly in March 2020, makes sense, and then shot up. And this is interesting here. Why would it be? Why would it have hit the peak in March 2021? And you're seeing wage inflation, so that makes sense. Real disposable. So this is probably going to be calculated from that figure, but smaller, taking out expenses and whatnot. Now this is going down. Now this is very interesting here. So this is declining, whereas this is increasing. So disposable personal income, just the raw amount, but real disposable personal income, we need to look this up to see the difference here. Officially, but I mean, it's related to this. It's absolutely related to this right here, which personal consumption expenditures. So that shows you how much the consumers are getting squeezed, in my opinion. So personal consumption expenditures, let's see, going back to, okay, that's good. So during this period of low interest rates, and then here's COVID. Let's move this up a little bit. A little bit more. A bit more. Come on, right there. So yeah, so it, and then continue up to new highs, all-time highs. I'm bullish on personal consumption expenditures. But this right here, yeah, this is very interesting. That. $1,000 emergency. Okay. This money in savings. So, yeah, what that, and to me, what those two figures that are diverging kind of represent is, yeah, it's like the difference between revenue and margin. The revenue and gross margin or profit, right? All of the companies, AMC like to report, they like to say, our revenues are up, whatever, percent, it's this many billion. Well, that's good. That's great. But how much were your costs up? And what was your actual revenue, your net revenue? Your how much money did you make? And it's kind of the same thing because, yeah, incomes are going up, but expenses are outpacing that rise, which ultimately results in a net decline of income, which is it's interesting. It's not really that I guess hard to see, but it's not that hard to see and feel the effects of. But there it is in numbers. Lose live again. This is the third time today, isn't it? At least the second.
Rumble channel set up. So I got to figure out how I'm going to do this because see how everybody's talking about multiple plays and talk about crypto? It just gets to a point where we started like this in AMC and everybody's like that. And then we got the people back in the pre-market, which I fucking love. Then at the same time, we're going to have after plays for AMC and out of market things that people are doing. So I got to reorganize a couple of things there. But I've been out here for a while. How long do I think Bitcoin will drop? I think a lot of crypto is going to continue to drop. I think Bitcoin is going to have more drops, more hardcore drops, and then it's going to rip. But
I don't know about that.
You have to understand, it was being used in such a pump and dump way with the funds. What was it before COVID? It was what, 7,000? So
really,
there you go. All right, here. Why no gold miners? No gold miners as far as like why I want to invest in a gold mine. I could talk a lot of reasons why, not just the one that we now own into. I don't want to buy a stock into a company that's not actually pulling metal out of the ground. I don't even want to be in mines. Like I don't even fuck with gold and silver ETFs. I don't do that.
Yeah,
like,
I guess.
That business is one of those things where it's like, no, that's not me. That's not me at all. Some companies
Crypto knew
do it very well.
Pandemic was coming.
We're a movie theater business. Like,
wow.
I didn't go into this to do that. So I like trending type companies and stuff like that. The gold mine came out of nowhere. So for me, that's not my thing. You could be in it, you could stay in it, you could do whatever you want, but for me, that's just not my thing. All right. Get you some glasses. I actually have glasses now that I've had to use because of the injury.
There you go. I saw a comment I wanted to look at on here.
I got the light over here. It's late. I've been fucking around today. I've been doing some reading, so I'll be good. By next week, I'll have them on and off.
God damn it.
So it's only just to help with the injury, so this way my eyes can like reset faster. It's not the vision, it's just to cut down the headaches.
Oh, here it is.
Digital dollar coming soon, yes or no? Yes, they're actually testing a different story.
My unrealized loss is crazy. Can't wait for this play to be over. I need a good night's sleep. Yikes. I mean, it could be over right now. Well,
dollar
can't even
amount
imagine.
Put on this, because this is past 30, 40, 50 billion, 60 billion. Like this shit is in the trillions, not just AMC, just the entire market. My Richard? No, listen, he had a beautiful life. I miss that motherfucker. I really do. He was one of those human beings.
Model 3 dude, because all the apes.
But I'll be seeing him soon.
After they get endless wealth, of course they'll buy crypto because it's safer than dollars. It's safer than dollars. This is against my better judgment.
Hey everybody, it's Al from Boston. I am doing a quick video, a couple things I wanted to cover tonight. One of them is something that our friend Lou from New York is, actually he's in the Dominican Republic now. Lou versus Wall Street had talked about, and I think it's really important, and I think you guys should know about it as well. It's called compounding after the AMC squeeze. Listen, nobody knows how long this thing is going to take, and nobody knows how long an individual is willing to wait. After I'm sorry, how long a person is willing to wait until they sell their actual shares. And for me personally, that obviously, because my $1 million thing and my $100,000 thing and all that stuff, it puts me in an awkward place because I don't want to dissuade you from doing what you have to do.
It puts you in a shill space. It puts you in a fantasy world. And I bet you dollars to donuts. If this guy doesn't even have any AMC shares, he's sitting here talking about $1 million. I'm going to hold it to $1 million, guys. Yeah, okay, good.
Do and whatnot. All my work here has been about the ability for the stock to be able to reach $100,000 to $1 million, and some places in theoretical terms even higher. But at the end of the day, you're going to do what's right for you and your family, and that's okay. And one of the things you could think about if you didn't want to wait that long is compounding your plays with this other meme stock.
He's got COVID.
Now, here's
he
the
seems
tricky
like an
part,
anti-vaxxer.
right? There's two ways you could do this. You could sell some of your AMC or your GME, as it climbs up and you have a couple $100,000 or whatever. You can start putting it into Redbox, another AMC play, Sundial, BBY, BBG, Ader.
Yeah, this is a fucking amazing research here. Hey guys, you could sell some of this and buy some of that. What is this clown? He's such a fucking... This is... Yeah, great. That's brilliant. Brilliant. Nobody thought of that. Oh my God.
Patient. Many of you guys...
The fuck? Seriously? I mean, he's going to talk about this one slide the whole time. There's got to be something else. There's got to be something else.
Dollars on top of what you'd have for revenue from the regular year revenue. I think that's tremendous. That puts us closer towards our goal. You know, if you spend $100 a month, it would probably double that. If that this company, at first when I thought to myself, it's free. And there's an old adage of advertising. It just seems very innocuous to me. And I don't know a lot about the company. I've tried doing a little bit of research. I didn't find a whole heck of a lot that gave me a warm and fuzzy.
Right. See, that's the ape paradigm, is I hold for you, you hold for me. We're a great big ape family. And it sounds like he's not, you know, not really on board with that. So that's unfortunate. You know, you can take... You just can't. You can't count on anybody. You know, because I always make my decisions based on what everybody else is holding.
Is what it is. So those are the things I wanted to talk to you guys about.
Good.
I myself
brilliant.
Hold for your kids. If it means you're going to have...
Hold on.
See this thing go to zero, then...
Hold on.
I would also have you guys just take a peek into why you're here in this play and see if you can hold for another year if you needed to. Because it is a good point.
Oh my God.
I myself, you know, I would rather see this thing go to zero than give up a single damn penny of this thing. I really mean that.
What? I would rather see it go to zero than give up a single damn penny. Now what the fuck does that mean? What in the fuck does that mean? I would rather see it go to zero than give up a single penny. Really? Really? Well, you truly are a fucking moron. If that's what you think, you're an idiot. You are an idiot. And anything that you have said should be discounted and scrubbed from everyone's memory, because that's ridiculous. What the fuck are you talking about? And it sounds like when he even said it, it sounded like he started saying it, right? And then realized, like, I don't know where I'm going with this. So he just bullshitted his way out of it. Listen again. This guy is so full of fucking shit.
I myself, you know, I would rather see this thing go to zero than give up a single damn penny of this.
And then he laughs. With a single damn penny.
Because it is a good point. I myself, you know, I would rather see this thing go to zero than give up a single damn penny of this thing. I really mean that.
Yeah, okay. And I really mean that.
I'm willing to hold. I'm willing to hold for you and your family.
Oh, there it is.
Kids.
There.
If it means you're gonna have the
throw in the kids. Throw in the kids, because you know that tugs at the heartstrings.
Rest of your lives to be rich and prosperous and be happy. I really mean that. I want to see you guys make money. I want to see you become wealthy and have generational wealth. I want to see you guys get something in your
children. You're not going to see it. Nothing to see here.
And I think, you know, whether you stay in the play in terms of compounding or you stay and try to get for those high numbers with me at the AMC squeeze, I hope you find it either way. All right. That being said, I don't have anything else useful for you. I hope you guys have a great.
That being said, I have nothing useful for you. Wow, what an idiot. Comments are turned off. No, I would, you know, if I said the stupid shit that he said, I would also turn comments off. 100%. God. Oh my God. That was horrible. I'm glad I skipped to the end, but I'm glad that we listened to that end, because that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Checking in on Reddit. Yeah, because 0 is greater than 1. I like that one. And if it goes to 0, then you'd have given up every penny. Yeah, I mean, okay. I'd rather see it go to 0 than for it not to go to 1 million. I'd rather see it go to 0 than give up, you know, the money for your kids. Yeah, you'd still be up. You know, if it goes to 0, don't worry. You'd still be up. It's only a loss when you sell. Even with 0. Even if you sell for 0. Even if somebody does buy your shares for 0, you'll, you know, well, then I guess you would be. But whatever. Dad, why is my sister named Rose? Because your mother loves roses. Thanks, Dad. No problem. Ortex short interest update. God. Ortex guy. It's probably Al from Boston. Oh, boy. Wow. Oh, 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 oh. I swear. I think this is accurate. Not this. I think that this is accurate. Right here. That's what should be on there. Before AMC, what does it say? Before and after. Buying and holding AMC shares. Or maybe it could be modified to making $1 million from AMC options. Before. After. Well, as Chris Norland said, this is Chris Norland, not me. That Trey's Trades guy, well, he's just on drugs. That was one of the best. That was the best. Loved it. Loved it. Yeah, if you sell for 0, that's the best case. You always want to try to sell if you can. I mean, if unless you're going to hold to $1 million. I mean, but there's 2 options. You can hold to $1 million, or you can hold to 0. And if you hold to 0, wait for that bid price to hit 0 and then sell. You'll get the biggest 0 price that you can get. Oh, okay. All right. I can't wait until this Top Gun movie comes out and nothing happens. I mean, what is going to happen? What? Yeah, it's going to be this movie, guys, because they said it was going to be the last one, and the one before that, and the one before that, and that, and it wasn't any of those. But this one, it is. It is this one. I mean, come on, come on. Yeah, right. Not happening. Okay. If you want a picture of you with your own Top Gun call sign, just head off to the free call sign generator. You all know what my call sign is. Silverback. Look at Adam Aron. Look at the silverback himself. You don't get to call yourself a silverback if you sold your fucking shares. I don't think. Now, I don't care, but I'm just saying. How do you, is this real? Is that real? Did he really tweet this? Oh my God, Adam Aron is such a, ugh. Oh my God. That Galifianakis said, what a retard. He's a retard. Jesus, motherfucking Christ. Oh yeah, it is real. Oh my God. I wonder if any apes commented and said, you don't get to call yourself a silverback because you sold your shares. As it should be. See, you're an amazing innovator and tactician. It's a big word. You are an ape like us. We have won. You are 5 moves ahead and the others can't see the checkmate. No. Here we go. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. See, I know what's going on. How many silverbacks sell out on their team? Here it is. Bingo. But Netflix did it. Yeah, well, you know what? Not even the same thing. Not even the same thing. Whataboutism on display here. Why the 19 dots? 19x the float? Yeah, that's what he meant. Oh my god. Funny, but you still have to earn your title to be onanist. The silverback protects his kind. That has not been proven yet. Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange. The moon is 0, that's why it's round. Yeah. Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange. Oh, and one more thing. Go see Top Gun Maverick. or go see Doctor Strange, or whichever one he kept pushing. I mean, I felt like I needed to take a shower after that earnings call because he pushed, it was just so pushy. Like, quit. Yeah, I get it. I'm not going to go see it. But, quit. I mean, especially because you keep pushing it. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I can't look at his tweets. Because that's what I do with people that disagree with me. I block them. I don't want them to see what I post and maybe have their mind changed by it. No, just block them. Just block them. Ruby, AMC cheerleader. You have to know better than that. Do you talk business sometimes? When share buyback. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like AMC is going to do a share buyback. Yeah, that's a good use of funds. I don't even know if they can. Can they do a share buyback with the debt that they have? I don't know. Not sure. Don't know. Doesn't matter anyway, but Silverback about to take off with AMC. Got it. Message deciphered. Yeah, he's already taken off with his riches, and we're all bag holding. I'll give that one a like. From a zoomer. See, this zoomer gets it. See, this is a great, I mean, Lynn can probably confirm this, but this is a great tactic here. All these promotional things. Make your own, meme. And all these people posting their, their memes with them on it here, and and I noticed that some people are smiling and some people aren't. He's smiling. He's not smiling. He is. He's kind of smiling, not smiling, not smiling. She's not smiling. He is smiling. So there's a variety of reactions, but I mean, what a great gimmick. What a great gimmick. I'm fucking selling. That's great. All talk, no work from Peach Girl. Peach Girl. It was supposed to be ladies' night tonight, but I didn't want to get shut down by YouTube, so instead we'll just look at these lady apes profiles here. No, Lynn. Your call sign, don't you mean your call sign is SMARM? There, I fixed it for you. Peach Girl from Canada. They have infinite amount of synthetic shares to short ladder attack us on lit exchange, and all our buy goes to dark pool. Whenever their algo is messed up and we get a jump, they just halt it, and when it comes back, it's whatever the price they want it to be. Is got a hot take there. Super hot. Actually, it's Druid. I'll accept that too. Tesla is building a... This is Elon Musk, Reverend Elon Musk, and Peach Girl retweeted it. Tesla is building a hardcore litigation department where we directly initiate and execute lawsuits. The team will report directly to me. Please send 3 to 5 bullet points describing evidence of exceptional ability. What? Commitment. We will never seek victory in a just case against us, even if we will probably win. We will never surrender / settle an unjust case against us, even if we will probably lose. Please include links to cases you have tried. Looking for hardcore street fighters, not white shoe lawyers like Perkins or Cooley who thrive on corruption. There will be blood. And then I think this pretty much encompasses the sentiment on this channel. Put down the phone. You are not accomplishing much by tweeting these days. I could agree with that. And in fact, I'll go one further. I do agree with that. I do. He is going off the rails. But we have to separate. We have to separate the man and the myth. So on one side we got the man and the myth. And on the other side, we've got the cars and the people who love the cars, like Model 3 dude. So we want to make sure that we're very clear about that. I don't own a Tesla. You know, it's not my thing. But I know people who do, and I know a lot of people do. So that's great. That is great. That can coexist separately from Elon Musk literally spinning out of control. I think. I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair way to look at it. If you ask me, but you know, I'm gonna follow her. Fuck it. Let's see. We got AMC cheerleader. Apes are the new Wall Street nursing school. Moon. She lives on the moon. Followed by the Butcher of... Why am I not surprised that Boss Blunts follows her? I mean, why is that not surprising to me? I don't know. Just gonna say, man, there's a lot of really attractive young ape women. I'm sure I could probably find them all just by looking at Boss Blunt's followers. You know? Seriously. I just, you know, I've never really cared. Griffin to close to leaving. Okay, we talked about that. Let's be real. Moas could literally erase the 1% who crushed the 99%. So 100% of people could enjoy a better life from this corrupted stock market that's ran by criminals. Truly cannot wait until that day comes. That sounds like, you know, you could just replace all those words with Jesus words. You could replace all those words with Jesus words. Let's be real. Jesus coming back to earth could literally erase all the evil in the world. All the evil people who perpetrate evil on the rest of the good people. So 100% of people could enjoy a better life from this corrupted world that it's run by criminals. Truly cannot wait until that day comes when Jesus comes back. Seriously, it's literally like a Christian myth. That should be my new angle to look at this from. I mean, I looked at it from pretty much every other angle. I mean, and we've touched on the cult thing for sure. But, you know, Christianity in general, not really a cult. Kind of, but not really. You know, it's too mainstream. Be considered a cult, but that's probably even more applicable an analogy, because this thing has become so big and it's there's so many assumptions that, yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you are looking to make the largest changes with the smallest amounts of capital possible, consider buying a 5%, even a 5% stake in AMC, valued at $6 billion. This would absolutely. Oh, they're tweeting this to Elon Musk. Okay, why would Elon Musk be interested in making large changes with small amounts of capital? Like, that's a Kool-Aid drinker. Tang. They drank the Tang. One of these days, we're going to see another 100% day. That day could be today. They tweeted that on Tuesday. And AMC cheerleader girl retweeted it. There it is. Conviction and faith. Faith. I've got one for you. Oh boy, this is so fucking great.
You keep talking about a fact. You keep saying, I know for a fact. What fact?
Faith. I have faith. My prayers will free you.
Faith is not a fact.
Oh, yes it is. You said so yourself in Caged Wisdom.
George Sr. had said faith is a fact. Unfortunately, it was in the Caged Wisdom blooper bonus footage.
Faith is a fact. No, faith is a facet. Someone said faith is a fact.
Oh my God. Oh, I missed that show. The real show, not this Netflix bullshit.
You keep talking about a fact. You keep saying, I know for a fact. What fact?
Faith. I have faith. My prayers will free you.
Faith is not a fact.
Oh, yes it is. You said so yourself in Caged Wisdom.
George Sr. had said faith is a fact. Unfortunately, it was in the Caged Wisdom blooper bonus footage.
Faith is a fact. No, faith is a facet. Someone said faith is a fact.
Caged Wisdom. Sorry. I'm sorry. I Faith is a fact. Faith is a facet. Oh, I almost said faith is a fact. Cue the Jewish music. God. It's called the mother of all short squeeze stocks for a reason. AMC, GME being the top two. Short volume. Oh, honey. Oh, honey, honey, honey. Now, we know, I don't need to tell you guys about short volume, but we've talked about it many a time. Now just imagine, on a day when 30 million, we'll round up, on a day when there's a total of 30 million shares traded, imagine thinking that 12 of those million, 12 million is short selling. I mean, honestly, that fact, that is a fact. But this facet of the market and this, like, okay, how can that really be possible with what we have? And, just those questions I had. This was last year at some point last year. That's what kind of spawned me to look into this and find out, really to understand what short volume actually is, and And how can that much be sold short when we, the short interest is only this? And that's when I learned about, short volume and what it is, and that short volume is really long volume because our market is all upside down and backwards. But, hey, that's the market we have. Because when things don't make sense, a lot of times they don't make sense because let me just use myself as an example. It didn't make sense. And so I looked into it and I realized why it didn't make sense because I didn't understand it. And I wish that people like Frank, Mohammed, and Shill Talk Daily, those two guys, I mean, they're really bad. Now, if only they were actually curious, though. If they were actually curious about this, they might actually learn something, and they might actually help people. But they're not. Shill Talk Daily he can butcher Fintel. I thought the creative investor could butcher Fintel. I thought he did. I thought he was the butcher of Fintel. And it turns out, really, it's Shill Talk Daily the whole time. He is the biggest butcher. A person that can look at a line of data, a row, if you will. You can look at a row of data in a table and literally misinterpret every aspect of it. Yeah, see, guys, look, they took on all these, they loaded up on these shares. See that minus 55%? That means they bought shares. Okay. God. All right. I'm going to watch one more video, and then that's it. It's been a while since we've looked at this shill. We're going to look at this shill. How the mighty have fallen. Benji, people used to like Benji. And then he became pretty much the poster child for the AMC grifter influencers. Because he put out way too much clickbait. Benji, are you on hard drugs? Well, he's from Florida. So yes, the answer is yes. I'm sorry. I'm calling it as I see it. So is Astro. Okay? What are you going to do? So shoot me. Shoot me up. Shoot me up, baby. Okay. How high will it good? But the hard part, when do you sail? More clickbait. Stop making videos, bruh. You are so wrong. Max, it'll go as 1,000. Oh, okay. Jaskaran says that, and there we got a clown here. Now, are they putting the clown, though, because they think it'll go higher than 1K? I don't want to give them my endorsement. I don't want to give. Same here, Benny holding about 1,000 shares. Retail holds the float. Seinfeld investor. They're bullish on Seinfeld. All right. Last video. It's been a long time coming. And I didn't even talk about what the title of this live stream is. You know what? But that's fitting. We'll talk about narrative economics another time. In terms of this fantastic book by Robert Shiller, how stories go viral and drive major economic events. This was written in 2019, based on, I think, a research paper that was published in 2017. So it's pre-COVID, it's pre-meme stock, but oh my God, is it? I mean, really, this book could be rewritten. Probably the next edition of this book will include this. I would imagine it has to. So we'll look at that next time, whenever that is, for this stuff. But anyway, here we go. Come on, Benny. Benji.
A couple of AMC bullish thoughts. Adam Ayer made a good decision to restructure the debt last quarter. Look what inflation has done. This has the Feds increase interest rates to try to control it. Not only the way that the economy is, gold will...
Wait a minute.
...will eventually keep going up and up. AMC as a whole, which means us apes, since we own the float. If we own the float, we own AMC.
Look what inflation has done. This has the Feds increasing interest rates to try to control it. Very, very good move. Okay?
Made a good and bullish investment in HYMC, a precious metals mining company. Gold and silver.
Godel and silver. Now, I haven't seen Godel before. That's funny. That's really funny. But how is Wyckoff Mining doing, by the way? Have they actually pulled out any gold from the ground? Let's see. Let's see what's going on here in the news. Of the performance, gold mine. Get all these bullish fucking articles. Stock forecast. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Why did this stock drop? That's what I always ask Google. Don't get left high and dry. You know, whatever. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. Bullish article, but where's the data? I don't care about the share price. I want to know about the company. Impressively, Wyckoff Mining disclosed gold production of 5,358 ounces and silver production of 16,861 ounces during the 3 months ended March 31st, 2022. These results, eye-opening as they are, were actually in line with the company's forecast. So they are apparently actually producing gold and silver, or mining it, I guess, but producing. Must be all that popcorn that they're getting. Might have to buy some Wyckoff Mining. All right. I'll never forget that. TMI calling it Wyckoff Mining.
Leaning with the market, yet AMC is accepting crypto for payment. That's a good move because eventually crypto will go back up, and those crypto payments will definitely pay off in the future. Let's not forget about the shorts.
Now he skipped the part of this. Benji's not as stupid as people think he is, because he skipped the part of this that last paragraph that's retarded. Okay, because it says that's a good move because eventually crypto will go back up, and all those crypto payments will definitely pay off in the future as long as AMC hodls the crypto and does not liquidate it right away. What's wrong with that? Well, we know that AMC does not accept crypto. Well, of course, AMC accepts crypto as payment, but they don't actually accept the crypto. BitPay accepts the crypto and gives AMC the cash in US dollars. So AMC does not hodl crypto. It's a big misunderstanding about the whole AMC crypto thing. But, you know, the apes don't care. They don't know. What they don't know won't impact their portfolio, right? But you know, that was a big thing that a lot of people were not talking about last year. We were talking about it last year, of course. And it's funny though, you know, that you got this article, this not even an article, post on Reddit, and these Red people, you know, they don't know. They still think that AMC is hodling crypto. Okay, but Benji though, he skipped that part. Why did he skip that part? Because he knows, more than likely, he knows. He knows that the shit that he is highlighting is brain dead. But it's the best that he can find. A post with a bunch of errors and stupid assumptions is the best. That this is like the best of AMC
a precious metals mining company, gold and silver. Crypto is bleeding with the
Love it.
market, yet
It's
AMC
fantastic.
is accepting crypto for
It's so
payments.
funny.
That's a good move because eventually crypto will go back up, and those crypto payments will definitely pay off
In the future. As long as AMC hodls the crypto and does not liquidate it right away, except they don't. And Benji knows that. He knows that.
Move because eventually crypto will go back up, and those crypto payments will definitely pay off in the future. Let's not forget about the short. The last short interest reported currently is around 21%.
And he also, well, okay.
Remember, Volkswagen short interest was around 12 prior to the squeeze, and when it did squeeze, not all the shorts closed. I can't remember the amount, but it was close to single digits.
You know, here's somebody also who, the author of this post, they know the difference between closing and covering short positions, because they make sure to say close, right? But they don't know about the crypto thing, so it's just funny.
21%. Remember, Volkswagen short interest was around 12 prior to the squeeze, and when it did squeeze, not all the shorts closed. I can't remember the amount, but it was close to single digits. When this
Well, you know, there's a tool that you can use when you don't remember something. It's crazy, I know. It's crazy. But why would you make a post and say, I can't remember the amount? Fucking look it up. Goddamn fucking stupid.
It's going to be on an unprecedented scale. Don't forget that they don't just need to close the reported short interest, but also those naked shorts and the rehypothecated shorts. When will this pop?
I love when they throw in the word rehypothecated. It makes them sound so smart. Don't forget that they don't just need to close the reported quote-unquote short interest, but also those naked shorts, because they borrowed the naked shorts, so they have to buy them back and return them. And those rehypothecated shorts. I would like to know what this ape's understanding of rehypothecated shorts. What do they mean by that? I would really like. I'm so curious.
Who knows? But just know when it does, it's going to be hypothecated shorts. When will this pop? Who knows? But just know when it does, it's going to be crazy.
That's not what it says. Who knows? But just know when it does. Don't have a heart attack, and just don't dance. Okay. If you want to use the analogy of popping, it's like popping a zit, and the splatter that goes all over the bathroom mirror. That will be the apes. I'm not going to carry that analogy for any further. But oh my god, that was fun. Is there another Benji video? I feel like we should get two. We should get a twofer on this because, that was so short. It was so short and fun. I thought there was another one. Where'd it go? Nothing in that video said about anything about $500,000. Come on. Why in the...
Yo, what is up?
Yo, what is up, you guys? My name's Benji. I'm on drugs in Florida. History is repeating itself.
We are engaged in psychological warfare. The price.
Oh yeah, yes you are. Yes you are, but not from who? Not from the person you think you are.
The AMC and GME is purely psychological.
From.
Don't forget where we are and why we're here. 4 million apes are not wrong.
Yeah. Oh boy.
These are pennies. None had an army of buyers and holders, and none went through the abuse that we did, which in turn has conditioned us. So look at guys, Amazon fell from $110 to $11 before reaching $3,000 a share. Bitcoin dropped from $20,000 to under $4,000 before going to $60,000.
We were just looking at that. Oh, guess what? Yeah. You went to 60,000, huh? Yeah, sure did. Yeah, went to 60,000. Oh man. Yeah, sure did. Wow. Went to 60,000. And it's down fucking almost 60%.
A share. Tesla went from $300 to $180 before going to $2,000.
2,000? Did it hit 2,000? Did Tesla really hit 2,000? Fuck no, it did not hit 2,000. What the fuck? They didn't even get these numbers right. Oh my god. Dancing is definitely forbidden. I almost said prohibited. I don't know. Son of a bitch.
Dollars a share. The trick.
I mean, now I'm kind of curious if Amazon actually went to 3,000. I think maybe it did. I think it went above 3,000. Yeah, it did. Okay. Holy shit. Well, at least they got 2 out of 3, I guess.
Trick isn't picking the right investment.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
The real trick is to hold the right investment long enough to see the stock turn into what it truly can become.
Well, the trick is to sell at the right point, which maybe has already passed. Maybe on all of them. Maybe on all those securities, whatever you want to call them. But here we go. The abuser of intellect. Abuser of intellect. Come on, abuse me.
AMC GME numbers don't add up. Again, big time. On loan shares, short interest, available float, institutional ownership, short volume average over 3 months. 4 million for GameStop, 24 million for AMC. Discrepancy. Things are about to get balanced, at least temporarily. I maintain my own database. This is discrepancy on top of regular, already huge discrepancy. The already hidden shorts, the regular craziness, are not even included in this. This is on top of all that. Even the effed up system won't accept this for long based on historical evidence. Again, not financial advice, but something big is about to change. Next, this
something big is about to change isn't on there. He didn't say that. Why'd you add that? That's editorial. On loan shares, short interest, available float, institutional ownership, short volume average. I don't think Ortex reports that. 4 million GameStop, 24 million AMC discrepancy. Okay, I don't even know what this means. It means nothing. Things are about to get balanced, at least temporarily. What does that mean? I maintain my own database. Okay. Not financial advice. Oh, okay, but you didn't give any advice.
Things are about to get...
We don't want anybody keeping their own database. Don't keep your own database based on me keeping my own database. Not financial advice.
Balanced, at least temporarily.
Nobody thought it was.
My own database.
Jesus.
This is discrepancy on top of regular, already huge discrepancy.
Okay.
The already hidden shorts, the regular...
If they're hidden... I mean, pardon my ignorance here, but if they're hidden, how do you know they're there? That's what hidden means. You can't see them. So how do you know they're there if you can't see them? Okay? I mean, come on. How was it like it's literally like God. Literally like God. It's like Jesus. It's like little baby Jesus in the manger. You know, he's hidden from us. I don't know, but
craziness are not even included in this. This is on top of all that. Even the effed up system won't accept this for long based on historical evidence. Again,
based on historical evidence? What historical evidence? What are you talking about? Even this effed up system won't accept this? Yeah, I think it will. I think it will.
Not financial advice.
Not financial advice. Don't take this as financial advice.
But something big
and then Crypto Sloan here
Next
says, thanks for the financial advice.
on historical evidence. Again, not
I like her
advice,
already.
But something big is about to change. Next, this is going to be the last time these slimy MFs do this. The ape community says no more. Let's take a look at this tweet. It says, they say that every 90 years, humans repeat the same behavior. 1916 to 1929 versus 2000 to 2022. So we see on the left-hand chart right here, this is the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and this is 1916 to 1929. And we see the massive rally, around 500% or so, and then a absolute destruction, basically all the way down plus some. And on the right-hand side, we see Dow Jones Industrial Average of 2000 to 2022, and the rally has been incredible. Almost 500% this time around as well. We could definitely be witnessing the biggest transfer of wealth of all time, especially with all the massively bearish cap.
Well, it's already happened, Ben. The massive transfer of wealth has already happened. You're late to the fucking party. Okay? You are late to the party. It's already happened, and it's been transferred out of your account. Well, more accurately, your subscribers and viewers. They have been the what's the opposite of recipient? The givers of the transfer. They're the transferees. The transfer. I don't know. It's late, okay? And I want to see this chart in more detail because it's fascinating. Come on, load. I mean, I know 1080 at 60 frames a second for this garbage. It really is ridiculous. Let's see, 20. I can't see what it says, but that. Let's see. Maybe full screen it. Oh God, it's so blurry. I mean, but that's not accurate. I mean, that's not. They've got the Dow at 12. What is it? 12,992 maybe. Okay, let's see what it actually is now. Can't be right. I must have been misreading that. 32 something. Yeah. Okay. It doesn't say, but it's not daily. I don't think. I'm on weekly now. It could be monthly. I'm not sure. That looks more like it. Anyway, the point is it's kind of under where it's at now. So I don't know when this post is from because they always hide the fucking dates and shit. They all do it. He does it. And, you know, I mean, the irony of this comparison here is, you know what? And I don't know how many stocks were in the Dow then, actually. Good point. But, yeah, the Ghost shares evidence. The irony of this comparison is, you know, what caused this massive bubble, you know, in the 20s, and it was, you know, largely due to this massive speculation, the ability to buy stocks on margin, which I think that the analogy to now would be the stimulus money. There was easily money available in either case. In the 20s, it was because of, you know, all you needed was 10% margin. You could put down $1,000 and buy $10,000 worth of stock. So, you know, it's not hard to get to $1 million if you double your money, you know, with doing that a couple times. Now, you know, in the most recent everything bubble, you have the easy money from the stimulus and whatnot, both for retail investors and Wall Street. So, and that's the same in both cases. So, easy, cheap money caused this, and you know, and the apes are part of that. We heard it from Ken Griffin, but we didn't even need Ken Griffin to say that. We've been saying that. I mean, thanks Ken for validating our point, but we didn't need Ken Griffin to tell us that. We did not need Ken Griffin to tell us that. So, you know, and did this end well for most people in the 20s? Hell no, it didn't. No, it didn't. You know, you don't need me to tell you. You don't need me to tell you that. And is this going to end well for, you know, individual retail investors now? No. Is it gonna? It's gonna end better for Wall Street. Sure. You know that a lot has changed in that 100 years, but uninformed retail investors be uninformed retail investors. So you know, I don't know. I feel like our subscribers here are a little bit, you know, a little bit beyond this. They're smarter. They know how to play both sides of a move, and they're curious about, you know, doing different things and not making the same mistakes, and not repeating the same losing patterns. So that's good, you know. That's very good. It's awesome. And that's really, you know, all I could ask for in terms of subscribers and a YouTube experience. You know, I wouldn't want my channel to be full of 38,000 people that expect me to put out information that makes them feel good about the money that they've spent. That to me is that'd be a nightmare. Benji's trapped. He is trapped in a narrative, and it's an economic narrative. You know, it's directly, you know, he could be a case study, and all these guys could, but he's trapped in this narrative. They were all trapped in their narrative, and it really, you know, it highlights the superiority of not being trapped in a narrative, because you can tell that Benji doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. You can hear it in his voice. He doesn't care. He doesn't even try to pick articles or posts that aren't full of errors. He just skips the parts that he knows that I'm probably going to catch if he says it. But he makes the mistake of leaving it on the screen because I do know how to read.
Catalyst on the table. Hold on tight, guys. This is about to get insane. But if you want to stay up to date with everything else that's going on with AMC, because trust me, guys, there's a lot.
There's a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a lot more money to lose. Let's see. About that now, about the Dow. History of the Dow. Let's see. We have 30 now. We knew that. Historical wow. So there's a Wikipedia article for everything. Amazing. Yeah, we can go right back to it. September 1929. $30. There's still 30. How about that? F.W. Woolworth Company, Westinghouse, United States Steel, Union Carbide, Standard Oil, Sears, RCA, Paramount Publix Corporation, National Cash Register Company, NCR. International Business Machines must not have been, it might have still been the computer tabulating and recording company at this point, because it was founded before this, but it must, I think it became IBM later. I can't remember. International Harvester, Mack Trucks, General Motors, General Foods, BF Goodrich. So there's two or three companies on here right now that I see that were based in Cleveland, Ohio. American Can Company, American Tobacco, Bethlehem Steel, Chrysler, Curtiss-Wright, General Electric. Some of these companies are still around in their the same form. Some of them. So let's see what it looked like in 1932, 1930. Some changes, huh? Eastman Kodak Company. Borden Incorporated. Yeah, right, that's right. Dairy Company. Standard Oil of California. But yeah, so I guess it's always been a 30. I guess it's always been 30. It's changed its components 57 times since its inception on May 26th, 1896. You know, we should have a Dow Jones Industrial Average anniversary stream. Why not? It's YouTube can't shut me down for that. They can't shut me down for celebrating the inception of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. They can't do it. I try. Go for it. Try it. You can't do it. Just like you can't kill Michael Myers. And then here's the most, is this the most recent constituency of it? From 2020? Hasn't changed since then? Really? Okay. Okay. I guess so. I guess so. So the oldest component, here's some trivia for you. The oldest Dow component is Procter & Gamble. Added to the average in 1932 on May 26th. How is about that for a coincidence? Oh my God. I wonder if they reconstituted every May 26th. Because here's another one. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe they do. But not all of them are. Not all of them are. So I don't know. It's weird little synchronicity there. I love stuff like that. But here's the oldest the oldest corporation on the Dow, and they are based in my old hometown, Cincinnati, Ohio. So how about that? But now we have all these Disney, Dow, not, you know, not related. Coca-Cola, Cisco, Chevron. Nobody really talks about Amgen that much, but Thousand Oaks, California. Anyway, Goldman Sachs. Yay. Walgreens Boots Alliance. But hey, yeah, if nothing else, we learned something about the Dow today. You know, learned something about the Dow. And of course, if you want to trade the Dow, you can trade the ETF version, which is the ticker DIA for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, also known as diamonds. There it is, an ETFization for your trading pleasure. Do I have a comparison on here? Why has that got that? Yeah. So there you go. There you go. Amgen is in Lynn's hood. P&G call sign is Swarm. Yeah. Nice. You just want that Swarm. Amgen in your hood. And make some noise. Sign this bitch, okay? So well, it's over 70,000 now, but I thought it was over 70,000. We the investors. We the investors. Yeah, 70,000. They had changed it to 75,000. So they got like a serious like Kickstarter thing going on here where it increases the amount as you get towards the amount, so you'd never fulfill the goal. Monsanto. That's a large old company too. They were, I believe they were the first corporation to I want to say they were one of the first, if not the first, to buy a IBM mainframe computer in the late 40s. I think late 40s. More useless trivia. Early 50s maybe, something like that. Retail investors made up more than 25% of the U.S. stock market. Excessive off-exchange trading. Yeah, that's why the apes have lost all their money, because of off-exchange price execution. Markets are not adequately providing price discovery. Too much power is concentrated in too few firms. I mean, welcome to capitalism. Okay, Dave and the apes? What do you want? What do you actually want here? And I understand Ken Griffin's, confusion. What do you actually want? Too much power is concentrated in too few firms. Well, that's the system we have. Our system actually promotes that. So many signatures that it's crashing my computer, loading all of them. That's okay. You don't have to load them all. But too much power concentrated in too few firms? I mean, why are we concerned about that with this and not in every other industry that has seen conglomeration and consolidation? I don't know, except the fact that, you might be able to get rich this way. I don't know. They cannot trust such a complex system that lacks appropriate transparency. I mean, again, that kind of goes with the territory. The beef that the apes have with the market, it is a veiled criticism of capitalism. I'm convinced. They just don't know it yet. They don't know it yet because they have never really been exposed to anything other than mainstream politics on cable news. But if they actually did read certain authors or listen to certain, modern day social theorists and critics like Chris Hedges, Paul Jay, and read things like this. The Idea is the Thing by Berkman. If they read something like this and listened to the people that I just listed, Noam Chomsky maybe sometimes, I think that it would be good. If they understood like labor history, like read some names escaping me. Debs, for example. They might realize that what they're asking for too much, and yet not enough. That's my final thought here. The apes are asking for too much and yet not enough. They want to change the nature of our system, which is too much to ask. However, what they should be asking for is a complete change in the system. So therefore, they're not asking for enough. And I know, this is radical. This is radical, but as Berkman says here, the social revolution is not an accident or a sudden happening. There's nothing sudden about it. Ideas don't change suddenly. They grow slowly, gradually, like the plant or flower. Hence, the social revolution is a result of development, which means that it is evolutionary. It develops to the point when considerable numbers of people have embraced the new ideas and are determined to put them into practice. When they attempt to do so and meet with opposition, then the slow, quiet, and peaceful social evolution becomes quick, militant, and violent. Evolution becomes revolution. And this is a good read. You know, it just talks about everything that is relevant now, about how institutions and the people have become so disconnected. Everything has become disconnected, and it does not work in any intended way or in any efficient way for most people. So anyway. We're asking for too much and not enough with this petition here. And, you know, a payment for order flow, conflict of interest, that may very well be the case. But when has a conflict of interest ever mattered? When has, you know, when the political parties, the media, I mean, these things basically run on and depend on conflict of interest. The lobbying, special interests, all that stuff, they're all conflict of interest. So where is the impetus to change it in the sector, the institution as a whole, Wall Street, that has the most amount of pull, the most money, the most influence, the most everything, literally finance, which encompasses everything in our financial capital based system. It's never going to happen. It is a complete waste of time to go down this road, and it doesn't require much time to sign your name. I get that, but you know, the danger is that hope is being placed in this. Trust is being placed in this because Dave Lauer put it out there. Another guy who blocked me on Reddit, Twitter, because of course I see through him. And he just enjoys the attention because before this whole thing, nobody knew who Dave Lauer was, and you know, nobody cared who Dave Lauer was. Now he's kind of a celebrity in this little ape community. But again, silencing your critics is not really the strongest position to take, and it you know, kind of in this case, at least with these critics, you know, people that I'm criticizing, it speaks volumes that they would essentially try to silence and not have that visible on their public profiles. Because who wants to see somebody who's calling them out and actually making some good points? Yeah, you wouldn't want to see that. That's why I don't delete comments. But, you know, I generally don't even look at them. From time to time I do, but then I always regret it because I get sucked into it and it takes hours and it's just not worth it. Don't care. Express your opinion. Go for it, but you know, it's not gonna upset me. It's probably not even gonna get any attention from me. There are better ways to get in touch with me if you want to do that, but you know, the investments that high-speed trading firms have made, those are not going to go away. So you know, the apes really need to rethink their whole thing. Once they go bust, maybe there'll be an opportunity then, and we can talk about some more of these ideas. But you know, I'll take any criticism about this because I haven't really gotten any actually meaningful criticism. It's always just nonsensical. I would really like to have a good discussion with somebody who at least attempts to use empirical information, but it's never that. But in terms of the you know, the criticisms of capitalism too, I should put this in the description of the video. Well, I'll do that right now. because I haven't been over here to YouTube Studio lately to look at any of this stuff, because it's not really of any concern to me. Don't really care. You know, it doesn't matter with the subscribers, you know, and the watch time and all that stuff. It really does. It's not really that concerning to me. But yeah, we had content that was set to private. Yeah, I don't know why, but whatever. Probably went too far away from the script. And Ken was like, you know, no, I authorize you to talk about this, not that. You can't talk about that. Okay, all right, Ken, whatever. You call the shots. You are the master. But I still think the quote is applicable. Even the intelligent investor, I have to look, is likely to need considerable willpower to keep from following the crowd. That is, you know, certainly true. I need it. I need it. It's not likely. I do need it. Just taking a look here at this, all these statistics, all these numbers. I mean, I like when the numbers go up. I like when they have these little green arrows up. 40% more. That's good. 20% more is good. 30% more is good. I like that. 27% more is good. That seems low, but hey, you know, whatever. It's coming. It is what it is. Nobody watches all of videos except for Lynn. She does. Thank you. Then this is only in the last 28 days anyway, so unique viewers, we got more unique viewers, more subscribers. Again, we have 100% male viewership in the last 28 days. That cannot be true. And we have mostly subscribers watching, which is also cool. We also are skewing to the older, the geriatric millennials, and the Gen, I guess, X. This is Gen X, right? It's interesting though if we go last 365, because this is the new channel, obviously. But this account has existed, you know, since before I started a YouTube channel on it. And I don't know what happened here this day. I do not know. That was an anomaly here. But if we go lifetime of the channel, 2.6% female to 97.4% male. That I could maybe believe, and we have no viewers under the age of 25. Which I don't even know how accurate this is, how they would know that. But mostly, you know, well, actually, a lot of other countries here represented, but a lot of other countries, many. So anyway, it's cool. It's more than I ever thought. And so we're still on lifetime here, so it's cool. I don't know where something got promoted on this day, but it really, I have no idea. Reddit. I don't know how things are getting on Reddit either. I don't post anything on Reddit. So, not sure who's doing that. Maybe it's bots. Live now, Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Don't know how I'm on that playlist, but okay. The WhatsApp stuff is probably... Get off there. Get off there. Oh my god. Okay. No! Oh my god. So, the WhatsApp have to be spammers, whatever. But the largest external traffic from Reddit is mind-boggling to me. I don't know who's posting on Reddit. I don't want to go over to Reddit and search for myself. I'm quite frankly, I'm scared to do it. Because I give Reddit so much shit. I'm not interested in getting any back from it. No, I mean, I don't care, but it's just, I don't know who's posting it on Reddit and why anybody would. Because I don't. But most people are finding this by searching for AMC stock. YouTube must think you were born, what, in 1901? Huh. Geriatric millennials and one boomer. I'll take that, you know, I'll take it. I will take it. Saturday night new channel live stream. That was a fun one. Honestly, I don't even remember. I don't remember most of the videos I do. I mean, I know what I talk about, but I just, you know, it's not, so we have 38 videos, it looks like, on this channel. Man, we had over 300 videos on the old channel. Over 300. And almost none of them were live streams. We never did. 64 live streams. So looking at around 100 pieces of content. We do have a copyright claim from last night. I knew we would. I did it on purpose. And it is Bells and Circles, of course. Underworld, Iggy Pop. I don't know these two. I did not play those. I'm not sure what the hell they're from. Probably something that had them in the background. One of those, probably Rico, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. This is also, you know, one that's... Apes must be jealous of Ken Griffin. That never occurred to me, but now that I'm thinking about it, there's no way that this cannot be true. Like, every stupid person I have ever known, oh, this is going to be a good one, so let's do this. Because I could just, I'll just keep going. If not, this will give me, you know, this will keep me on some type of schedule ish thing here, because it's definite. As we read this comment, roll another blunt, man. These is good times. Like every stupid person, literally every stupid person I've ever known who had a working class job deluded themselves that they were rich and successful business executives, and sometimes to the extreme that they were CEOs and owners of global Uber corporations. I had a friend whose intellect is unbelievably inferior, and he was a cab driver, and he didn't use his job to delude himself that he was a successful businessman, but he deluded himself into thinking that because he was supposedly, according to him, the only American cab driver of a yellow taxi, that this made him special. This is because it would actually be pathetic on his part if it were true, and he wanted to turn a minus into a plus. And he made up a title for himself about this. He must have meant that black cab drivers don't count, since stupid people think that other races are inferior to theirs, and he wouldn't have the intellect to remember that Mexico is part of the United States, and that Mexicans have been in this country way longer than whites, and he must think that Hispanics are inferior to whites, so Mexican Americans don't count, and there are other ways that he exhibited that he couldn't handle being unsuccessful. But I digress. I like this guy, TWA. I like this guy. He leaves very, very long But you know, detailed comments. All dumb shits are buffoons. And so all dumb shits have the egos the size of all outdoors. So all dumb shits who haven't achieved professional success and thus financial success can't handle knowing things like that. They don't have business acumen or any high skills. But I beg to differ there. They have the skill of getting high, so they have that. They are underachievers, losers, nobodies, small-timers, working class, broke-ass fools, and schlubs. Is that Yiddish? And that they might not be smart enough to do a decent job at career building and breadwinning, and that they're not big cheeses. The ones who are power hungry can't handle knowing that they have no power at all. Amen. Plus, because the stupid are buffoons and childlike, they easily become jealous of other people and insanely jealous, and lash out at the people they are jealous of and try to get even with them for making them so jealous of them. Dumb shits not being able to stop deluding themselves that they are superior because they are rich and successful business executives is the same thing as dumb shits not being able to stop deluding themselves into thinking that AMC is their godsend and they will be wealthy and that they will be successful at stock trading and not stock trading failures. And thus, they will finally, for once in their lives, get to be successful at something. Wannabes who make believe that they have taken the business world by storm, lash out at people, and try to punish people who remind them that they have jobs and not executive titles. The same way that AMC apes lash out at people who state reasons why AMC stock won't squeeze. When stock trading experts put out a video about why a particular stock might go down in price or not go up in price or stay flat, he could put out 10 different videos for each stock, but he'll only get lashed out at and accused of all sorts of cynical things and called names if he puts out a negative video about AMC. Tell an ape that AMC is not going to the moon. To them, you are also questioning their intellects for having thought otherwise. This does not sit well with them, since people who have shit intellects are the most egotistical people in the world. If you do this, in their minds, you are claiming that you know something or things that they don't, and so your brain is able to work better than theirs, and you are thinking you are achieving a victory against them, and to the point where they are handing them their asses. Since every dumb shit who is a plain stiff and has no career uses their job to delude themselves that they are rich and successful business executives, especially the ones who are, quote, lower management. Ken Griffin is the epitome of what they wish they are, and they must be mad at him for it and green with envy and blame him immensely. Remember when we were looking at, and somebody replied, let's see the reply. We don't have a reply. Remember when we were looking at the Ken Griffin video and I think I said that the apes are probably jealous of Ken Griffin. Where is it? Where'd it go? It is. It wasn't on there. Go up. Did it? Maybe I should just go to the video and look. Just have to go to the video and look, make sure. But so I wanted to pin it to the top. That's why. It's the only reason why. So that was a good comment. Very, you know. I like to think I'm pretty direct, but I mean that was probably extremely direct. So that was from last night's live stream. Let's go there. So that one is public. The one from what was that, Thursday, I guess, or yeah, Thursday. That was the one that's privatized. And to be honest, that one I was probably not going to. Oh no! Don't do it! No! I don't want to get another one. Oh my God. I don't see the comment. What the hell? There it is. There it is. And it didn't show up when I... See? I'm telling you, top comments is bullshit. I need to change all my videos to be newest first. Fuck the top comments. I don't care about the top comments. They're not the top ones to me. Although, Model 3 dudes, you know, yes, yours is top. But, you know, let's get some, yeah, there we go. One reply. No replies. Anyway, wow, that was tell you what, that's a hell of a comment, and I've even said to TWA before, I think I said that exact thing. That was a hell of a comment. So appreciate that, and the rest of everybody. So we only got 31 subscribers to go to get to 800. When we get to 1,000, but see, the thing that's holding us back there is we need more public watch hours. That needs to be doubled, because I have big plans for this channel once it gets monetized, or once it's a bit able to be monetized. And they're, you know, well, I don't want to go any further, because YouTube will kick me off if I say how to avoid certain things on monetized channels. Let's just put it that way. That does not bother me. It wouldn't bother me. So don't worry. But the point is, you know, it's a lot closer than it was on the last channel. But I think that we have some pretty good, pretty interesting ideas that we could do with that. So we'll see if that ever happens. But most people don't like others because those people hold traits that they could only dream of holding. Why people hate me? Just kidding. I don't know. But it, you know, it takes. I've never been worried about what other people say about me, so it doesn't matter. And I've had different viewpoints, so I'm used to that. It's by choice, because I don't want to be like everybody else. Never did. And you know, it's kind of cool that in finance that is rewarded. Maybe that's why I like it, right? Because most people want to go with the flow. They want to go with the herd. They want to go with the, you know, what people are telling is easy, whatever. But the contrary, the correct contrary viewpoints, those can be rewarded handsomely. So yeah, I don't know. Just made that connection, but and then just thinking back, and you know, some of the best trades that I've done were not ones that I ever talked about with anybody. Nobody ever told me about them. I didn't tell anybody about it. I didn't get the idea from anybody else, and it was like, you know, just an intuitive, like, you know, no, like, oh, I need to do, you know, whatever. So that's also cool. But you know, I mean, the point is just that it's not a popularity contest, although it kind of is here on YouTube. But I already know. If I wanted popularity, I chose the wrong side of this. I chose the wrong side of it. So fortunately, it's not what I wanted. Not at all. But you know, hey, everybody chooses his own path. Anyway, gonna let you guys go. Thanks for hanging out. What's up, YouTube, on a Saturday night? Model 3 dude was a C-section kid, so he knows there's another way out. That's a good one. That's a good one. That is a good one, actually. Very good. Very good. All right. See you tomorrow for the futures. It's possible that I may be late getting in. So, you know, not because I'm going to oversleep, but I have some things to do. I should be back by the time, but, you know, if not, we'll jump in wherever they are and see, or I'll be there on time. So, enjoy the rest of your evening. And, God, it's almost 6 hours. 6 hours of this. 6 hours of this shit. You guys are crazy. That's why you're here. All right, good night.